Okay, so you've won the toss for Italy. What are you going to do?
I think we're going to bat first.
You're going to have a bat. Any thinking behind that? What's your reasoning?
Because this is a very good opportunity for us. So we would like to try on this pitch, and we want to see how going it.
How much cricket have Italy women had recently?
Not much. This is the start for us. So we're happy anyway.
Okay, so I'd say in bocca al lupo for the tournament. Thank you. Okay, so you've won the toss. You've been asked to field. Any problems there?
If we had won the toss, we would have batted first. But we take everything as it comes. So, yeah.
Okay, well, you've got to do both things in the game. We don't know much about the pitch because we've lost both games today. So we're going to find out a lot during this game.
Yes, we're looking forward to everything. Yeah.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to watching you play. Good luck with the match. I don't know good luck in Norwegian, I'm afraid. I got lucky with the Italian. So the result of the toss is that Italy won that and they've decided to have a bat. So the toss took place a few minutes ago. Italy winning the toss. Today's rain has got into the system slightly, although you may well be able to hear us. I shall introduce my co-commentator shortly. We can't actually hear ourselves, so we may not be quite as fluent as normal while we just sort out those technical issues, so just bear with us as the Norway team take the field for, well, it's match 3 of this pentagonal Women's 2020 International Tournament, sanctioned by the ICC, although it's match 3. It's the first one that's seen some play after some heavy overnight rain. Rain which swept over this particular part of Andalusia if you will. We're at the Desert Springs Cricket Ground, which is in the province of Almeria, but it's a good drive away from Almeria. It's just inland on the coast. If you draw a straight line to the coast from here, you'd be somewhere between Almeria and Murcia. Please bear with us while we resolve these technical issues. Italy, one of two teams in this tournament who have an official ICC Women's 2020 International ranking. Other team in this tournament, Sweden, ranked 26. Three other teams in this tournament, the host Spain, and also Sweden and the Isle of Man making up this tournament. And I'm happy to announce that we have resolved the technical issues. We can now hear ourselves. I say we, but I have been briefly abandoned by my guest summariser, who I will introduce you to you shortly. It looks like we're all ready to go in the middle. And we're ready to go with a slight delay. We've just started this match 4 minutes late. A little bit of extra sawdust applied. And it's the Norway captain, WT20I, who's taking up the attack. Firing right arm medium pace. We can refer to this as the Vera end of the ground, Vera local village, spelt V-E-R-A, which English speakers might wish to pronounce a different way to Vera, but that's the local name. When we get the more open shot, you'll be able to see that at the far end of the ground is the very fine crocodile. I can't pronounce words which are similar in Spanish and English. The Crocodile Club, Club Cocodrilo in Spanish. Crocodile Club at the far end. As WT20I continues with a leg side wide. So it's introductions time. My name's Andrew Elliott, and I will be with you for part or all of the 4 days of this competition. And I have a special guest, and I call my special guest special because we weren't expecting her today. We were expecting her to join us on the commentary tomorrow and Sunday. But I am delighted to be joined by Thea Brooks. Good afternoon to you, Thea.
Hello, how are you?
I'm okay. I'm really pleased that we've actually got underway.
Yes.
Finally. Now you've been travelling most of the day, I understand. Today, you've only mentioned. I've only known you 15 minutes or so, and you've only mentioned a dozen times or so that you've been on the road since 3 o'clock this morning.
I have, yes.
So, you started off in Berkshire, I believe.
I did, yes. Started off in Berkshire, travelled then down to Gatwick, which was interesting. I've not done a lot of travelling by myself, so I felt quite proud, a bit brave. Then I got a flight out to Alicante, and
that's a nice looking drive, but unfortunately the Italy wicketkeeper, who we know goes by many names, but one of them is Sharon, which is the name she uses on her shirt. Sharon Wittanaga, and looks like she's got the first runs of the tournament away as she forces off the back foot over cover point. Nicely fielded near the cover boundary with a slide. Takes 2 runs. So Sharon Wittanaga, who we spoke to shortly before the match, very pleasant lady.
she was.
Big role to fill today, opening batsman and keeper for the Italy team, and after 5 dot balls and a wide, manages to get that first one away. 2 wides actually resulted in the over, just while we were sorting out our technical issues. So it takes Italy on in the first over to 4 for no wicket. So Thea, I understand that it's been a long time since you've driven a left-hand drive car.
It has. So first time I did it, I was in America in 2014. So a good 8 years ago now, and it was an automatic that I drove, so a little bit easier than understanding it's a gear stick on the right hand side. I struggled.
I assume you are right-handed, I believe.
I am right-handed, yes.
Okay, because a lot of people who've come from the European continent to England have said this is completely wrong. Because most people are right-handed. Well, it's funny when you grow up changing gear with your left hand, you never think about it being with your wrong hand, do you?
Well, no, not at all. And I sat in the car park for a good 15 minutes before I left.
Was that more mental preparation than technical preparation, do you think?
It was. I felt a little bit sick, actually. I thought, just don't get it wrong. And the scariest part of the journey, laughably, was coming out of the car park. And you go down the concrete spiral on the way down.
Mm-hmm.
That was the most nerviest part of the journey, and it was right at the get-go.
So was the inner part of the spiral on your side or the other side?
On my side.
Okay, so that's not too bad. As long as you stick close to the middle, you shouldn't hit the outside. Anyway, Ramya Imadi is taking up the attack from the crocodile. Oh, I can't say it. Crocodile. I've been saying crocodile most of my life. Unfortunately, I speak Spanish every day, and it creeps in. The Crocodile Club end of the ground. Again, purveying some right arm medium. Ramya Imadi wearing the 26 shirt. Should mention our umpires out there, because they have been incredibly patient today. We've got at our end of the ground, which is at striker's end as you look at it, as a wise bowl there. We've got Nilkesh Patel, who was here umpiring with me actually last weekend when we had the men's trilateral series.
Oh, brilliant.
So Nilkesh is based in Barcelona and decided to go home to see his young family in the 3 intervening nights that we had between tournaments. And he's picked up a bit of a bug, I can report. So he's a bit under the weather. So he's perhaps grateful that he's missed out on a potential 80 overs out in the field so far today, and he's only taking the field now. And we've got Gordon Ashford at the far end, who again I've umpired with at this ground in the 2020, another trilateral that took place in the spring, involving Guernsey and Norway. So 2 experienced umpires, 2 who know this ground well, and their very presence means that I can sit here with you and talk about the cricket instead of adjudicate it on out there. So we've got a team of umpires for this tournament. We haven't got the same umpires every day. Gordon's getting a little bit of exercise at the moment.
Yeah, it's disappointing actually. There's quite a few wides being bowled here. I think sometimes when wides are bowled, especially when they're slightly fuller, as a few of these have been, bats still can capitalise on them. I'd like to see him go after him a little bit more.
Yeah, rather than just taking the run and the extra
Yeah.
ball. Yeah, I know what you mean. There's potential for boundaries, and there you go. Just as you requested, it is a wide ball, but at least the intent was there from the striker.
Exactly. I mean, you look at the field at the moment, there's one player that's halfway between the inner circle and the boundary, probably more closer to the inner circle actually, well, I mean, she looks to be in front of square leg. However, there is also a square leg.
So we hope not.
So I
think that's
not.
just deceptive angles.
It's an interesting
I think
position.
you haven't been here for how many years?
No, not 8. Oh, I don't. I'll work that one out.
Okay.
I reckon.
Come back, Joe. We think it's at least 8.
I think
So yeah, the angles
I
are
think 6 or 7.
the angles might just be tricking. I think one would hope that the field are outside the circles behind square, because they've got square leg just in front of square. So we've got some more runs off the bat from Sharon. 2 down to third.
Guided beautifully, actually. She
Guided
just let-
beautifully down to third, and the chuckle is because, as I say, we weren't expecting Thea here today, but she's come bowling in, and full of talk about correct names for fielding positions in women's cricket. I have to admit, this is the first time I have commentated on women's cricket since university days, which I can assure you is a long time ago. And even then, you could argue I wasn't commentating. I was doing hourly and half-hourly updates for BBC Radio Berkshire, which I know Berkshire's where you found your home at the moment.
Definitely.
So yeah, I need to. It's not the reason you're here, Thea, but I need you to get me up to speed on all the correct terminology for women's cricket.
Of course. We just saw the first 4 of the day, struck beautifully down the ground, ran straight past the bowler. Well, I want to see more of that. The fact that there's one person outside the ring.
Yeah, and that person's at well. If I have my coaching hat on, it's a nothing position, because she's neither saving the single nor the boundary, and that's when I'm coaching junior cricket, which I know this isn't, but there are some juniors involved. I always want them on the single or back on the line, especially with the boundaries brought in. But that it's difficult to see what that fielder at third is there to do specifically. And nearly the commentator's curse, it nearly went straight to her, but
Again,
but she's not saving the single, is she?
well, that's it. And
And if
the
it's hit
same-
wide of her, she's got less chance of saving the boundary. So
Exactly, and the same thing's kind of happened again. So they've got this other fielding position that's almost. I mean, I don't actually know what I'd call it. It's a very, very far away slip, maybe.
yeah, it's fly slip, and this is
Great
forced
shot.
over the top, over extra cover. There's the intent that you're looking for, Thea. Second boundary of the over for Sharon. And with them not being over familiar, having only met her a short while ago, but we're still practicing these names. I know you were practicing them on your long journey on the way over, but with a Naga is not coming to me naturally at the moment. But if we get through this programme of matches where each nation plays 4, then we should have these names down to a T, I would have thought. You're leaving unfortunately a day early, but by the end of the tournament we should be just saying these names without thinking about them.
Definitely.
But it's a lot more difficult on a piece of paper in preparation. It gets easier when you can see the personalities out there in front of you.
Oh, for sure.
But 20, well, I'll tell you what, 20 off 2, considering you were looking for a bit more attacking intent, is not bad at all. They've been helped by some extras. There have been 7 extras so far in the 2 overs. All of those have been wides. So the 30th ranked team in the world appear to have made the early running in this one.
Well, that's it, and I think they're capitalising in this power play, definitely. They've noticed that there isn't anybody out on the boundary, on the offside, or at the moment leg side. And they're playing them very well.
Okay, well, we've only seen one ball before that one. For Delisha Nanayakara, a name that was giving you nightmares, even though you're already awake at 3 o'clock in the morning anyway. Delisha Nanayakara has in all that has just faced her second ball at the beginning of the 3rd over of the match, with Sharon having taken most of the strike. Sharon Wittanaga, of course, I'm referring to.
Fantastic to see these nations playing, though. I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't know that there was cricket in Norway or Italy or a few other countries that are here. To see them play is incredible.
Well, your last comment there is we just see a single play to fielder again. It was a little bit wide of her, but not really on the single, not on the boundary. I'm sorry if I sound like I'm repeating myself, but it's one of my big things in coaching. You've got to be one thing or the other. And we've got one fielder outside the circle. We've got two fielders out the circle. Neither of them are on the single or on the boundary. In between the two. Now, your last comment there about cricket in Norway, or lack of in your knowledge, suggests you're not a follower of the European Cricket Network.
No, I'm not, and this is why I feel so privileged to be having asked to come down here. I'm going to be exposed to so many different players and different cultures of cricket.
Well, I'm going to third time lucky. The Crocodile Club, got it. Crocodile Club is where the teams and the officials and even us commentators have our morning and evening meals. So it's a pretty busy place this weekend with 5 nations being catered for. So entourage, and there's catering for 70 or 80 in there. So you'll have plenty of chance to mix and discover those cultures while you're here. There's a slight misfield which allows a second run.
No, I'm really excited. I'm excited to speak to the girls that are here because I know that they range in age as well, which is great. So coming from a teaching background, I love speaking to the youth of today. I'll call them. I still like to consider myself as a youth. Some may argue. I hope not.
That's what I was about to say if you had said it. So skipper continues from the better end, and that's nicely placed from Sharon Witanaga. Another slide. I'll tell you what, we're going to get a name check on the fielder here because she's sliding really well. It's not necessarily getting the ball in her hand, but she is sliding really well.
She looks very athletic, even from running. She had a really good running action then. Turned up, like you say, didn't pick it up cleanly, but she got up quickly, turned and threw the ball into the keeper. Looks some good talent on show. And
I'm pleased to say she got a name that's easy to pronounce. So I know that's the biggest smile I've seen from you yet. I haven't known you that long, but it's getting better. It's Hina Hussain. Hina Hussain, who's in the covers, as you say, has got athletic frame and moves very well, and is sliding well. So quieter over, just actually partially spoilt by the two twos off the last 2 balls. I'm going to get into a Richie Benno mode here with that. The 2 twos take the Italy score to 25 for no loss after 3. Again, Sharon Witanaga has had the majority of the strike, facing all but 3 balls. And we've had those 7 extras.
It was that second over with those added extras. I think that's where the damage was caused.
And no sooner have we praised her cover fielding, but Hina Hussain's on to bowl. So just a 1 over spell.
I think it's also important to remember that actually these guys were meant to be playing this morning as well. So everything's been delayed, and that has a knock-on effect of actually how you approach a game. Massive appeal. Not interested.
Who's not interested?
The umpire.
Okay, I'm sure he is.
Oh, not interested to give it out.
Well, maybe not interested to that extent, but I'm going to stick up for the umpires here, and they're going to say they're always interested in every ball.
Oh, I didn't mean it like
that.
Just we can't have our first bicker about this.
They have fast bowlers unions and everything like that. There needs to be an umpires union to stick up. Yeah, Hina Hussain. It's got a short run up. Short run up. It's got a spinner's follow through, but my first impression is that she's bowling little seamers.
That's what it seems to look like. A lot of these girls don't have particularly long run ups at the moment. So, but from that action, it's definitely nice strong wrist behind the ball. Maybe looking to get a bit of movement out there. Good old white ball cricket. It's hard.
white ball cricket on a greenish pitch
on a green wicket.
in the middle of the desert, somewhere near the sea.
Probably not going to get much.
There's probably not a lot of data surrounding those things that I've just strung together there. And that is an optimistic LBW appeal, as we could just hear the ball clipping the pad, which is the only thing that saved it from being a wide. But you can't fault Hina's enthusiasm for the game. We are still waiting, if you want, we're just a little bit short of player profiles, which were requested a few days before the tournament. But as luck would have it, the tournament's first game, as it's turned out, involves the two teams that we're still awaiting profiles for. So we are lacking a little bit of information on these players. As you will know, women's 2020 internationals come in many different forms. Part of the development of the game, something that you're very passionate about. So I'd like to move you on, if I may, to the subject of you.
Of course.
Thea, you don't seem to object to that. That's okay. It's good to know. Don't want a commentator who doesn't like talking. So I understand that you're a county player of some renown.
I am. So I play for Warwickshire.
Mm-hmm.
So I was a Worcestershire girl for 16 years. So that was where I first started my cricket, and then made the dreaded move to the Bears.
Many have done it.
And they're still doing it.
Females and male cricketers, and how long will it continue? I think there's some good names in there. Moeen Ali.
Yeah, Moeen. Ed Barnard's just signed for Warwickshire.
Alan Donald, I think, played for both counties, but I can't remember
Yeah.
which order he did it in.
Oh, I'm not too sure.
I think it might have been the same order that you did it.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Again, things have just tightened up a little bit. That's a good over from Hina Hussain in the end. Maybe not so much the appealing, but quite accurate. Only conceded 4 runs, 3 off the bat. So 29 off 4 overs, just clawing things a little bit back. The side from Norway, the Scandinavian, one of 2 Scandinavian nations represented in this tournament. Of course, it wouldn't be possible to hold this tournament in Scandinavia at this time of year. I understand, because I've been absent from the UK for a couple of months now. I understand things aren't too summery at the moment, as you'd expect in November.
Yeah, the weather's been a bit hit and miss recently. It's been all over the shop actually, like pouring with rain, and then actually quite nice sun. So
that's a nice sounding shot. That's eased straight of extra cover.
there's a lot of good placements of a drive at the moment. I don't know if I'm being too critical, but I'd like these girls just to punch it through that little bit harder. Everything seems to be delicately placed. So I think that they can push the ball into they're finding the gaps absolutely brilliantly, which is fantastic. I still struggle to do that on occasion. But I think with a little bit more force, a little bit more pressure, a little bit more power behind a shot, I reckon they can at least pierce the gap for a 2, if not a 4.
So you're looking for commitment to the shot, maybe?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, it's Aisha Hussain. Sorry, Aisha Hassan, correction, who has taken up the bowling. So I think in the 5th over, this is the 4th different bowler we've had.
You see that quite a lot nowadays, I think.
That's
There's
common
a
in
lot of
2020.
yeah, a lot of chopping and changing.
What do you think of that? So let's say so. I'm in the umpires union. I'm also in the bowlers union. I understand you're a batting all-rounder.
I am.
So how do you feel about chopping and changing in 2020 cricket in the bowling attack?
I like it. I think obviously for bowlers bowl particularly well, taking wickets. I think that's the key bit is the taking of the wicket, because they can still bowl an incredible over but still get changed. But if they have that impact with taking a wicket, then I think it's good. I like the chop and change because it just keeps it fresh.
Yeah, I'm a bit more old school. I quite like bowlers to bowl spells, but if you can tell that a batter's set against that particular style of bowler, then obviously you need to bring a change. But I sometimes wonder if it's overdone to the extent that the bowler doesn't, you're doing it to upset the batter's rhythm, but the bowler doesn't get into a rhythm either. That's an observation I have of 2020 cricket. I think you've got to find that, you've got to strike that balance of not upsetting the bowler, trying to upset the batter's rhythm, but doing the bowler's rhythm in by the same stroke. And I think we've got a boundary there. That was an unsuccessful attempt to haul that back from near the line. I think that was 4. I was looking at the fielder's reaction. Maybe the signal came very quickly from the umpire. We'll just have to check with the scorers. Are a good distance away from us in this tournament. We're, as you look at the screen, we're at a wide long off, and the scorers are at deep backward points. And this is not the smallest of fields here at Desert Springs. Of course, this ground has got one-day international status, so it has to achieve certain minimums, which it does. Boundary ropes brought in a little bit for this tournament, with it being women's cricket. So on that subject, I enjoy women's cricket when it's played on a nice small ground where the boundary ropes fill the sorry, just a technical problem there with my microphone. Where the boundary ropes fill the outfield. So somewhere like Taunton, I think you get a really good atmosphere for a women's match. Have you played there?
I have, yes. When was the last time I played at Taunton? I think I might have played there this year. I think I'm trying to remember.
Are they starting to merge into one theory? Have you got to that stage of life?
Well, I don't know if you know, but I was up at 3 o'clock this morning, so I'm not too sure.
Sorry, you hadn't mentioned it.
I
thought you'd been on the road since 3. The story's changing now. There's an inconsistency in the story.
Oh, sorry, my fault. Well, awake since 3. That's allowed.
Okay. Yeah. So, that's it. Well, that's been called no ball. Not sure quite what for, because it appeared to hit the base of the stumps. So I imagine it must be for a reason other than height. We perhaps won't know.
I think the square umpire was very quick to put his arm up, so I think it might have been based on height. But I know, the ball did dip and hit.
I must get my protractor out, I think, Thea, because there's 4 feet between the popping crease and the stumps, are there not?
There are.
And it's hit the base of the stumps to my...
Sharon's not the tallest of players, but
that's true.
Still.
Yeah. That's a lot of distance for it to drop in 4 feet of space, isn't it? Might get Sheldon Cooper on the case. I think Sheldon Cooper, Big Bang Theory. Very aware of space, as we've just seen a tough chance dropped. Of course, it was a free hit, so it doesn't count for anything in terms of a wicket. But firmly hit at mid-wicket, who got the left hand to it, and the non-chance went down.
It was a good stop, I think. Left hand stuck out. But important thing is that it was a dot ball.
Yeah, dot ball, free hits like gold. And I think Hina Hussein's a little bit hard done by to have had to have bowled a free hit ball. So maybe justice has been served. As a member of the Umpires Union, I obviously won't be harsh on my erstwhile colleagues. I'm sure they spotted something that I didn't. But anyway, perhaps the dot ball of the free hit the correct result, as this is countably the firmest struck shot of the day, behind square on the leg side, off the short ball, rocked onto the back foot, firmly hit away, and no one there to feel that, especially not in the last over of the power play.
I really like how Sharon's taken herself to the game here. I think she's playing the ball beautifully. Very 360. I'll give her that. She's had a 4 down to third. She's hit one through long on, and now through square, which I really, really like. I think she's playing the ball very, very well. Picked up the length, a bit short, I think, from Hina Hussain there.
Yeah, she bowled accurately so far. Just dropped that one a little bit short, so she's had one too full.
Yeah.
Well, it was a full toss. We'll agree on that one. It was a full toss earlier in the over. That one too short. This one slightly fuller, but still a little short, and not timed by Sharon, just for a single. Do you know one of Sharon's nicknames?
Well, she told us earlier, didn't she? Said that one of her nicknames was Andrew.
Yeah, it's a
name,
lovely nickname. As someone who's, unfortunately in life, I've accumulated nicknames that I didn't want. It's nice that actually someone's got a nickname that's my name. I feel like the balance has been restored to some extent. But she's called Andrew. We haven't got her first given name written down, but it does start with ANDR, and it's quite a few syllables. And anyway, that's why she's known as Andrew to her teammates. Seems like a lovely person on brief meeting earlier. And Gordon Ashford there, never shy of letting everyone know that a wide ball has been called. It's one of his things. Umpires have got a trait. Have you got favourite traits in an umpire apart from getting the decisions right? Someone would take that as a given.
Favourite traits in an umpire? I'll tell you one in a moment.
Put you on the spot. I mean, rumour is you were either on the road or up at 3 a.m. today, so we'll forgive you, if the speed of thought's not quite there.
So, one umpire, for the life of me, I can't remember his name, and he'll kill me if he's listening to this. He would always give us a Werther's original, just when we're fielding. I mean, now you probably can't do that, but he did, and it was absolutely incredible. It was brilliant. He was just like, Brooksy, here you go, and toss us a Werther's original. I thought, you're a good man.
Yeah.
I loved it. Every time I saw him, I thought, I'm not going to go hungry here.
I'm thinking, how long ago was this?
Oh, why?
I'm just thinking.
Because of Werther's original.
I just think he might be lucky that you can't remember his name on air. That could be a stroke of luck for him.
It's a while ago.
Okay.
But we've had some incredible umpires recently. I mean, Sue Redfern, very, very well known female umpire in the game at the moment. She's umpired me since I was a dot, and yeah, she's just lovely. Like I like umpires that are fair, that are kind, that. She did a talk with us once, and about what you have to do to become an umpire. Obviously, you'd have gone through the same kind of thing, and I couldn't believe the amount of training that they do. And I thought, you know what, my level of respect for an umpire now has gone straight up. And not saying that I didn't respect them at all in the first place, but knowing what they do is amazing.
Kumari Poojar is going to bowl the first non-power play over. So we'll just have a look round. I don't see a huge difference. If anything, they brought one fielder in, I think, now that the power play's over. They appear to have the sort of wandering deep mid on. Well, I would say wandering, that's the wrong word. Floating in terms of, again, the sort of that hinterland between saving and single, as we have first wicket of the tournament. Yes, Sharon's gone back to cut the ball, which I think in hindsight for her, she'll realise it was A, not wide enough, and B, not short enough. Tried to make something out of what was a ball that was there to hit the top of middle and off, and played it as if it was something a lot looser than that. I know you want attacking intent, but I think she's played the wrong shot at the wrong ball there, Thea.
No, I completely agree. I think, and from watching as a player, I think this would be quite difficult to face in terms of off spin, slow off spin, flighted. Your eyes will light up straight away, so you've either got to move to the pitch of the ball or get it on the full. Otherwise, if you're stuck in a bit of no man's land, it's a bit too much time to think when you have balls like that coming down at you. Think, do I go forward, do I go back, do I cut, do I pull? And then next thing you know, you're walking off because you've not actually played a shot, which is disappointing. Yeah. But great for the Norwegians. They're on the board, 1 up, which is brilliant.
Okay, and just to clarify, with the new laws that came into cricket on the 1st of October, the new batter comes in to face the next ball. We had a very long, just before the toss, which we filmed, which you saw at the start of the coverage. We had a masterclass on the new laws regarding the complexities, and yet it's one of the things that was pointed out is effectively court has come into line with Bold and LBW in the fact that it's of no relevance if the batsmen happen to cross, the batters happen to cross. In this case, it's now disregarded. We're into the second full month second calendar month of that law being in place. But it seems to cause confusion amongst players, especially ones who are playing it for the first time. I mentioned the European Cricket Network, of course, which has introduced so many new countries to the viewing public. They introduced it immediately after the 100 did last year. It was one of the innovations of the 100, which was at the request of the MCC. They asked them to, as an experiment, to introduce this disregarding of crossing, and it's proved popular. Although I was speaking to a scorer last month, he came up and hopefully, Kate, if you're listening, Kate Holdsworth, who's based in the Netherlands, she's pointed out that she believes that there should be a regulation in test matches which effectively reverses this new law. Because her rationale behind that is that test matches is a game of chess. And if you've got the opportunity of moving up, you realise the ball's in the air, you're likely to be caught, and you've got the opportunity to think, if I get down the other end, there's a potential tactical advantage. She believes that should be an aspect in Test cricket, but I think in the short-term form of the game, it's certainly been a popular change that the fielding team have earned the right to bowl at the new batter.
I completely agree. I think the rule's a good rule, to be honest. It's an interesting one about the Test cricket, but that'll just require some thinking on my part. But I completely understand where she's coming from. She say Kate?
Kate Holdsworth,
where Kate's coming from.
She's lady originally from England, but now has full Dutch nationality, and does a lot of work scoring in the Netherlands and other places.
Brilliant.
And met her at the Carter Oval during the European Cricket Championships. And it's always good to meet new people who you realise share a passion maybe for cricket, and in places such as Europe, which is obviously a fairly niche market because there's lots of televised cricket, and that one will be called a no ball, and has been already, as that's a shoulder high full toss.
Now that one we can agree was a no ball, I think.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that one.
Released very high. Let's see if we can capitalise on the free hit. See where we're going to go with this one. Again, can't change the field as we know. You're on a free hit unless it's the other.
I think it was a single actually. So, but that one has been capitalised upon. It's another full toss. This time a legal one, knee high outside the leg stump, and that was actually very attractively put away to take the new batter off the mark.
Apologies, they did run the single.
They did run a single, but I'll tell you what,
Sorry.
As you'll see on your screen, our graphics are not actually quite caught up with the reality. So, so I'll change the subject, and I'll, have you ever heard of a mononym?
No, but I love it. I've heard of a synonym.
A synonym. Well, synonym. Yeah, there's a connection between the two words. So that's a mononym is a name of something which is something else has got the same meaning. So mononym is someone who's known by.
No, you finish because I know why I've heard of it. But carry on.
Well, if I said to you, Cher, Madonna, what have these people got in common? Other than being
just
female singers, yeah.
Just got one
mononym.
name.
So this bowler here, although she's got an L initial, we believe that she's only known by the name Lopamudra. So she's up there with a lot of famous people from down the ages.
I like that.
Who are just known.
I might just
by
go
one
by
name.
Thea.
Well, there are not many of you around.
No. I teach a Thea.
No, really?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay, maybe it's
I couldn't believe it.
It's coming in a little bit more then.
I hope not.
But Lopamudra, there's already an air of authority about it just by having a single name, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's sort of the sense that something's been achieved already just by being known by the one name. So it started loosely with that very high full toss, but has tightened things up as the over's gone along. Managed 2 dot balls out of the last 3 deliveries, with a wide in the middle. This one just eased away into the covers, just makes it outside the circle. 2 fielders going after that. My guess is that Hina Hussein's the one that's actually got there first, because she's one of those fielders that appears to be everywhere.
Yeah, she is. She's very quick along the floor. Again, down to the ball, quick pick up, and then straight into the bowler's end. I think it was this time.
Yep. She didn't see the rest of that replay. She actually managed to overtake her teammate in getting to that ball just outside the circle.
This is where the experience will come with it. So in terms of fielding positions, because obviously there's not been many changes so far, even though the ball's been hit through the covers quite a lot. So I think we'll see that as they play more cricket, as experience grows, it'll only develop and better their game. Especially as a captain, it's never easy. well struck through the covers
Well,
again.
the time's come because we saw the very attractively hit boundary off the free hit. So the time's come to mention who hit that ball, and it is Chaturika. I remember practicing this one before the game. It's not as easy. It's not as difficult as it looks actually in this case. Chaturika Mahamalage.
It's a great name.
Chaturika Mahamalage is the number 3 bat for Italy. She has got herself to 7 off 10 balls. Had a few dot balls to start in her innings while we were discussing other things. Now you mentioned this to me off air almost immediately. You sprung this on me almost immediately before we started. That you're quite apt to going off on little random tangents. Is that right?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
The people's commentator.
I'm always, there's a lot of cricket on offer out there, and if you're devoted enough, you can watch cricket around the clock, 24 hours a day. So, it's not all about the cricket. We can talk about other cricket in other parts of the world, and the conversation at time may diversify into things that are actually not cricket at all. We'll try and keep tabs on that, obviously, because you are tuning in. And our sponsors have employed us to talk about the cricket, as we see. Well, I'd call that a chop sweep rather than a slog sweep, because it was rather too appealing to be a slog sweep. But it was one of those sweeps very much almost half standing position coming down on the ball rather than the traditional getting down on one knee.
Yeah, she had a good connection with it. So she's done well. Again, looking at just interesting, just to see if there's going to be any field change, or is the bowler has a different plan? Is the captain going to talk to her? There's lots of different things. They got down on one knee. Good.
Yeah,
it's good. Hit hard.
Okay. I think the knee was just off the ground. I'm going to say there was certainly a modern aspect to that sweep shot.
Nice and tidy.
Pooja has well, not quite cancelled out the boundary of the dot ball, but maybe with 2 balls. She had 3 dot balls out of 4 in this over, just 4 runs of 4 balls so far, so reacted well to the boundary. It was obviously very much in the slot for Chaturika, the one that was hit away. Now, that again appears to be her strength. That one much straighter than the previous effort, but still a sort of chopping sweep style shot. Appears to be operating mode.
Well,
I won't be pretentious and say the Latin version of that, but yeah, there's very much a slightly staying upright aspect to the way she plays the sweep. She doesn't completely get down on one knee, and therefore she seems to get a bit more leverage through it. She's actually overtaken the opening bat at the other end.
Stands quite far outside leg stump actually. Gives herself a lot of room to do that. Creeps over a little bit when the delivery's in, but yes, first stance is just outside leg stump. But it's just great to see her get her arms free.
Well, she's diminutive. If we look at her now between overs, I mean, her batting partner's by no means tall, but she's looking tiny in comparison. So it's getting that strength from very small stature.
She is, and it's great because she's not holding back from these shots, which is what I like. And because the bowling's so slow, you have to generate the power. So the fact that she's going out there and doing it, she's showing intent, she's being rewarded for it.
Yep, 4 dots in the over though, if you're going to be overly critical. She's got the 2 boundaries away, but sort of used up 4 dots. So maybe that's something. I mean, there's a big aspect of these tournaments. No one's telling these nations of the finished product. They're not ready to go and play a World Cup final. There's a big aspect of development to these tournaments, so it's something that she could potentially look at. As we see, first genuine chance of a catch in this tournament. It was a shin-high full toss, maybe knee height, hit out to one of those fielding positions, which in this instance managed to pick her out more or less at one of those in-between fielding positions, but couldn't take the chance.
I'm going to give her one thing. She's got some incredible sunglasses on. And as a spinner, I love a good pair of sunglasses. She reminds me a little bit of Alana King with those on.
Yes, Lopa Mudra continuing the bowling. Well, we've had a drop catch, and I don't know if this is good news or bad news, but it's come from the reserve wicketkeeper. So maybe not that used to being in the outfield. Maybe used to having the gloves on. Sagana Kunaratnam was the fielder who shelled that one, as this is played delicately away. Great price, and this is the closest the ball's got to us so far, and that's a good effort on the boundary to save that and claw that one back from Saira Ifzal.
I'm going to be critical here of the Italians. I want to see them running harder between the wickets.
Okay, so I was very much concentrating on the fielder there. How many did we pick up? Was it
So
2?
they picked up 2. But I think they could have pushed 3 there. I think throughout the innings the running's been a little bit lax. Only slightly, but I think they could have pushed a 3rd there.
You're touching on one of my key coaching points again here, Thea. Yeah. I think, shorter form cricket, T20 and now T10, which is proliferating. I think that younger viewers grow up seeing the boundaries and thinking that's the one they're the one that pay the mortgages and things like that. As that one's stroked away very nicely for 4. It's a bit like darts. Have you ever played darts?
Not, to any in the pub.
Yeah, well, there's an expression in darts.
Why not?
There's an expression in darts: triples for show, doubles for dough.
Oh, no, I've not heard that.
I know that one. So obviously, you're high scoring with the triples, but of course, how do you have to end the leg? You got to end the double, and that's the one that pays the money. And sometimes in cricket, it's the consistently picking up, as we see another boundary, picking up or turning 2s into 3s, turning 1s into 2s. That's the thing in the final analysis could actually win matches. No, it's not as obvious as darts, but it's something that, with the razzmatazz of things like the IPL, we got our first bat change of the tournament. As a very bright, fluorescent, what would you call that? Fluorescent orange handle coming out.
It's never a good sign, though, is it? When you change a bat.
She's batted exactly 10 overs with the old one, and well, I wasn't at the pre-tournament meeting for this one, but there are some tournaments which stop you replacing your bat unless it's broken. I wouldn't imagine that's the case here.
Well, we'll see what she does with this one. She's had a good start with the other. Picked up a few boundaries.
Now, I notice our graphics, we've spoken about names, and our graphics here for the batters are going with first name and then second name initial. Probably more traditional in cricket the other way around. So it's giving us a little bit... So we're seeing different names on the screen to the ones that we were provided before the match, but we will work through that. That's what we're here to do.
I quite like that running. Quick single. Hits a mid off the mark. Done. Oh, it's gone through the legs. So this is where they need to capitalise. Good. But we know already that she's got a very good arm. Hussein.
Yeah, that's Hema. She's in a completely different position again.
She's everywhere.
Wherever we look up and the ball's around, Hema seems to be somewhere near. But yeah, Delisha Nana Yakara has batted this whole innings, and just glanced at the screen while the graphics were still up. 77 off the first 10 overs. Yeah, if you didn't have a scoreboard here or graphics, you probably wouldn't have predicted that they'd got that many off the first 10, would you?
No, you wouldn't, not at all. I think the run rate's definitely been pumped up. It dropped a little bit to 6s, but now we're on the rise.
And that's a full toss, which it's a very slow one. My impression was that was dropping quickly, but some would say that's always my impression with full tosses. It is possible to bowl a full toss over waist height, despite what some people might tell you.
What would I said that was? but I'm not an umpire. Looked quite high, but I've not got a great angle from here.
Yeah, of course,
So.
it's Aisha Hassan who did bowl the shoulder high full toss from the other end. That one I can tell you is absolutely fine.
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's all about. Can you visualize? I can visualize that hitting her right on the thigh pad. If she'd missed it, and that's good enough for me. You could argue it should have been put away because it was certainly missing leg stump. So it's a kind of cricket free hit, in that you're not going to be in danger of bowled or LBW unless you manage to play it on very knuckly. As we get a wide down the leg side, off another full toss. I think Aisha Hassan has just struggled with the length, and just seems to have found it difficult today just to land 2 consecutive balls in the same place. There's another leg side full toss,
Don't kick
and
it.
we've had a bit of first foot fielding. Well, we've you weren't here last weekend when the Spain men's squad were here playing in the 2020 International Tri-Series, and I know that their coach Corey appears to be a similar non-fan of foot fielding. He can't stand it. He thinks that a run should be added to the batting score if you use your feet to field the ball, or if you deliberately use your feet. Obviously, it can occasionally burst through the hands and go on. It's an authentic, legitimate second line of defence, but a lot of people don't like seeing it as a first line of defence.
I'll tell you what I've done before.
Stop the ball with your feet?
No, even better. It was this year actually. Playing for Warwickshire against Staffordshire, and I've dived to get dive down for the ball, and it's cracked off my knee and ricocheted and gone for 4.
Were you that close to the boundary? Did you
No, I was fielding at mid wicket.
Do you think you managed to add speed to the ball?
I did. It was horrific.
Well,
I was at
it's
mid
good news
wicket.
for your knee. You've also got a very healthy knee.
Exactly.
For it to,
I was at mid
for it to
wicket.
come off it that well.
Clonked me on the knee and then went past long on. I did not hear the end of it from the opposition, as you can imagine.
Was it a right hand bat?
Yeah.
Okay, please tell me it went to the left of long on, from your perspective. You didn't hit so well that it went past the far side of long on.
It went. So if I'm looking at long on, it went to the right of her. It went straight.
So you managed to get it
I've
straight
gone
of long on
angle.
off your knee.
Yeah, angled. I
So
don't know how.
You've kneed it to the sight screen almost then.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's say that.
And the funny thing is with when you get hit by a knee in cricket, when you get hit on the knee rather, is that it's an instant shock pain which almost always goes away straight away.
Yeah.
So by the time that's crossed the boundary, you were probably in no pain at all. Am I right?
Not at all. I don't actually think it hurt when it hit me because it hit me so cleanly.
Right. Yeah, it's a funny thing, the knee. I mean, it gives you so many problems, but then you get smacked on it, and well, Gordon Ashford called and signalled the wide early there, but realised the ball was still in play, so aborted the signal. Waited till the ball went dead, but that's 2 off a wide, so that's a total of 3. Ramya Imadi is proving quite expensive here. She's gone for 19 off just 8 legitimate deliveries. And
Good pickup.
well, it's always improves things when you've got a high economy rate. Dot ball. She's had 3 dot balls in this over. They've been the only legitimate balls.
That's where I want the single. We
Yep.
need to be more alert.
Yeah. See, I can tell there are various things in cricket which frustrate you. I'm beginning to notice these patterns already.
If
And
you watch
that
me
is-
play, I scamper. So
And that is, and again, we come back to coaching points. I'm always trying to get young players that I'm coaching, what I'm always trying to get them to do when we have match situations, match scenarios. I'll say, how many fielders are on the single? And you often get this blank look back at you. What do you mean? How many fielders? If you hit it straight to you, if you hit it straight to them, are probably going to save the single.
In this
And
fielding
they may say 2.
positions, I'd go 1.
And if you have the answer 1,
Minus
so a junior player, I'm not good. So I mean, there's some young players out there. So I'll say, right, okay. So anywhere else you hit it, other than to that fielder, is an automatic single. And that's how you got to get players thinking. Think all the time, where are the fielders on the single? Because anywhere else is a run. So, and I can tell by your reaction there, there's a slight gasp on the microphone, but the visual reaction was stronger. You weren't happy about them not taking the single. As we have a quick look at the bowling figures, well, they weren't on the screen for long enough, but slight surprise there that only one bowler's gone for double figures in terms of economy rate, when the scoring rate is around about 7.5, as just an aborted run up there.
I think Italy will be happy with this though. 89 for 1 off 12.
It's been quite steady accumulation as that ball clears the square leg fielder, and they come back for a second. I don't know why, but I was looking for one short signal there from Nilkesh Patel. Not that we can even see the crease markings from here, but the striker seemed to turn around very quickly for the second, which gets my antenna twitching a little bit.
But I like that. I like the fact that they've gone for that second round.
So that's running.
Quick.
That's more
Good running.
More in keeping with what you want, as we have, I think, our first double bounce no ball. I'll tell you what, that won't have been far. That won't have been short of the popping crease on the second bounce. Ball, despite what a lot of players think, only has to make it past the popping crease. Can bounce for a second time between the popping crease and the bowling crease, but we're not going to get a replay. Aisha just trying to work out whether she was bowling with her cap on. I don't think she is. I think her white hairband looks a bit like the loop at the back of a cap. But, that's been hit away for a boundary off the free hit. All no balls are free hits in 2020 internationals, apart from
All balls. Oh, blimey! Hold on. Let me rewind the question.
No, it's all of them, because the bouncer over head heights now are wide.
Now wide.
Yeah. So
I did think that, because that happened in our game, and we were like, "Oh, what?" We were confused.
Just looks like Nilkesh Patel's not happy with something. No, he's going back into position now. Nilkesh is feeling a bit better. I doubt he'll be fielding a bit better. Feeling a bit better. Said earlier, grateful for the perhaps extra rest. Although he has had a lot longer to sit around today thinking about how unwell he feels. But he's had quite a chest infection, and as autumn's approaching this area, hope that the windy weather doesn't affect him too much. Aisha continues. Aisha Hassan. And that one's just crept in on 2 counts there, just crept inside the wide guideline and just managed to bounce a second time as well.
Tell you what, if you can bowl that 6 times, that's the new thing.
Well, I'll tell you who you need facing a ball like that, and something in the back of my head tells me that you might be. I was going to be called no ball for height. Again, feels a little bit harsh as the ball was coming rapidly to earth at not great pace. Deemed to be above waist height, and let's not forget that Gordon Ashford over there is in the best position in the world to judge that, because he's exactly square. Yeah, I think that the best person to receive a ball like that's wide and is about to bounce for the second time is a good hockey player, and more specifically a defender, someone who's used to getting balls from deep inside their own territory up the field. And something tells me in the back of my mind you've played a bit of hockey.
I haven't, you know.
No.
I've never played hockey. I've played one game of hockey, and that was when I started my career at Malvern College, and I played against some parents. And I loved it. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely loved it, but I wasn't very good.
Well, I think I've played the same number of games as you have. Do you want to hear about the game I had?
Oh, go on.
This was at school, and I was coincidentally playing in defence, and I was playing quite well. And it was a mixed game at school. I mean, it was in PE, so it wasn't it wasn't a full-on game. But as we've got a first catch in the deep. Oh, I've got a first catch, full stop. Going to have to come back to the hockey there, because that's a great moment for the Norway team. That ball was lofted towards deep square leg, and the fielder didn't have to move much, but didn't look like dropping it.
It's a fantastic catch. It's never easy. It's a gust of wind coming across. You know, you've got the, I say the cloud cover. I think the ball coming out of clouds actually easier than it is blue sky.
With a white ball. Yeah.
No, I do. Yeah,
well,
I still do.
I'm fairly sure you've played more than a white ball than I have. I could probably comment more on a red ball, but
coming out of a bright blue sky is really difficult. But this not taking anything away from the catch. That was a very, very good catch. Came long and hard at her over a deep square leg, and took it absolutely comfortably. Looked a little bit shocked with herself, but I love the celebration.
No, I think shock's a bit harsh. I think delighted.
I
think, yeah.
Sorry.
Asinda Chaturika Mahamalagi, who managed to get to 31 there without you saying her name once there, which I think is frankly cheating on your part.
I don't want to get it wrong.
Leaving us. Well, we could all go down that route.
She has had a fantastic innings, though.
Yeah.
Really, really set up her side. Again, 2 down, 8 wickets in hand, 7 overs to go.
Well, wind's picking up here at Desert Springs Cricket Ground, and it's taken toll of one of our team sheets, which you might have heard Thea moving around there to go and retrieve that. New batter is not on strike, as that was the last ball of the over, so Elisha continues her innings. Still unbeaten from the start, and we've got the captain in at number 4. We've got Kamudi Pedrick coming in, and I'm intrigued by the surname Pedrick. It sounds like an old English surname. I could imagine a Pedrick coming from the Midlands, which is where you hail from. Well, yes, I wasn't going to attempt the accent, at least not on air. But I'm not sure of an accent.
I'm from there, so I'm allowed to.
Yeah, you've definitely got the pass to do it. But yeah, this is the Italy captain, Kamudi Pedrick. Reminder that information I was fed yesterday has Italy at number 30 in the world rankings, just behind Sweden at 26, and they are the 2 teams, as far as I'm aware, that have an official world ranking. They're taking part in this tournament, so that gives you a flavour of the extent to which it's a development tournament, because you got 3 teams, 60% of the teams without a world ranking. Although we're going to try and find out whether their participation in this tournament will mean them actually getting that world ranking.
I know Spain is. That's what I was informed, which is pretty cool.
That's definitely a no ball on height. So I'm going to have to bring up a slightly more controversial subject, which was touched on in the various updates I've given to people while you were on your way here. I believe you got up quite early this morning. And there was talk of having moving this, once there wasn't enough time to fit in 5 overs per side for the second match, of actually moving the third match forward to 2:30 from 3 o'clock because of issues with light. And well, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but we've had a few extra balls, and we did actually start 4 minutes late as well, and just over an hour of cricket. We've had 13 overs, and that will make it 3 balls, so 13 and a half overs in just over an hour. There could be an issue with light here, Thea, and I'm just saying it because I don't want to sound wise after the event if in an hour and a half's time we've still got a significant amount of this match left, and the light's starting to fade, because we might have seen our last sun for the day, which to be expected in November. I'm just putting it out there, Thea.
Well, you're not wrong.
It's these extra balls are taking a toll on their over rate, as they do inevitably. Of course, not as much of a toll as fielding captains will want to make you think. At times, it tends to be more the changing between overs that eats up time in the field. But these extra balls haven't helped. We've had a wide and a no ball in this over. Quite a slinging action, and I think that's taken just a little bit of pad as it went down the leg side. So that's one ball she won't have to re-bowl.
Am I right in thinking in this competition they do the same rules in terms of if they do go over the time limit, then they just bring a fielder in? I mean, not to say that they've got 4 fielders out, but would that be the penalty?
Yeah, they've got 2 out at the moment, so yeah, that would be the penalty. But you, as you've keenly observed, Thea, you might not notice the difference. But we're one down on the umpiring front today, and not because I'm in the commentary box, but we've had a delayed flight. We've had a flight that was rerouted to Madrid, which has put us one umpire short. So we've got people performing various multiple roles at the moment. So as far as I'm aware, at least Gordon Ashford, I believe, has got a radio out there. Nilkesh hasn't, because he wants to save his voice, understandably, with having a chest infection. So if there is a problem with the over rate, which there is, then we will probably never find out, because, as you say, they haven't got the maximum number by any stretch of the imagination. A maximum number of fielders are not out there at the moment. Only 2 out in the last over.
I'm looking forward to speaking to the teams in and around the camps, just to speak to them about how, when they started cricket, how long have they been doing it as a nation, see what they talk about in terms of plans and their coaches. I really want to dive deep into it. I'm excited.
Well, before that, what chance of you speaking to the player of the match on air?
Ooh, yeah, I can do.
Something that we could. I think you'll get.
Am I ready?
More, I think you'll get even more out of them. Well, I think everything about having you here today is a bonus here, because we weren't expecting you.
Thank you.
So I think we should. When you're in a bonus situation, you should capitalise on it.
You should. See, I could have stayed in the apartment, slept, but no, came straight down here.
Well, it's short days in the winter, so
Exactly.
Autumn, winter, this time of year you should never be asleep while it's light.
No, not at all. As we know, it'll be dark in the next hour and a half.
Yeah, I think you're looking at about an hour and a half off noticing a difference in the light. But that's not to say it won't be playable after that. There's Kumari Pooja is bowling her 3rd over. Managed to get away with a couple of dots at the start and a single off that one, so going well for her. Run rate still hovering around the 7.5 mark, and don't think she's going to get too much joy with that one.
There's a big appeal from everyone by the bowler then.
Well, I detected quite a bit of bat from here, and whatever it was heading, whether it was bat or pad, it was heading down the leg side anyway. So again, some optimism. And sorry, you just might have heard some interference coming from the effects microphone. That's it's not a sound I've heard since the noughties, with mobile phones. Mobile phones going off while you're on the landline. I thought that noise was a thing of the past, but
the noise of a landline. That's
the noise of a mobile on a landline. Yes, that was a thing of the noughties, wasn't it?
That will stay with me forever.
Did you hear that one on the effects microphone?
Of course I did.
Good. Just checking that we've got the same. We're getting the same feed. Oh, well, that's solidly struck, and this is where having your fielders in between can catch you out. But on this occasion, the ball plugs. I tell you what, when that left the bat, I thought it was going to go skipping away, but of course, we've had a lot of rain overnight. So I think if that shot had been hit this time yesterday, it would have gone bouncing away. But just a bit too much elevation. Well, okay, I've just been slightly confused by the replay we've seen on the screen. I think that was the replay of the previous shot. Yeah, because that definitely didn't go for 4, and yet the replay showed it going for 4. So, yep, just to That was replaying the previous one there. So we've got our team here from Audiovisuales Murcia. They're providing this coverage to you. It's a team that I've worked with, well, not the same personnel, but a company I worked with in Jersey back in August at the World Challenge League over there. Italy were also represented there, the men's version of the team. So Audiovisuales Murcia, while not coming from a cricket background, do a tremendous job of bringing a minority sport to you. And of course, this coverage is coming to you through Cricket España's website and the support of various sponsors, including Grizzly, who are the ball sponsors and the kit providers for the Spain team. And main sponsors of the coverage are, and I keep wanting to call them all bar one, but I know because that's for those that don't know, that's a chain of, well, you wouldn't call them pubs, you would call them bars, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Tend to be, you know, bars in the sense that they're not sort of the traditional pub detached building, but bar chain, not bad actually, good for a snack. I think they're pretty much all over, certainly England. Don't know about Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland, but yeah, I think it's not all bar one, and it's not all at one. The thing is, their logo is quite confusing, but we've got a long way to go in this tournament. So my target between innings is to get the proper name, the exact name of the sponsors of the coverage here. You can probably just see their logo at the far end of the ground. You can see it actually on the striker's just in the way on that replay. There's definitely a one in there somewhere, but the logo is a little bit difficult to decipher. But this coverage is coming to you through their generous sponsorship. It's very important for Cricket España to develop and show their commitment to women's cricket. I know that's something that's probably tipped the balance in getting you over here, Theo. I know you've been told a lot about what Cricket España are doing to promote the women's side of cricket. And that must, well, a lot of things you've already mentioned have excited you today. But that must get you very enthusiastic about the plans for cricket in Spain.
Definitely. I think that just seeing all these nations coming together in the tournament is incredible. And I know that they really tried hard to get a female umpire out here, which I know isn't easy at the moment, because one, there's very few, and two, that I think they out in there. They might be out in Australia actually. I think Sue Redford might be out in Australia.
My money was on Anna Harris. She was in Jersey and she did a tremendous job. This is another ball which low skidding. Not quite sure whether that bounced twice just before it reached the batter. I think might just have been beyond the popping crease. We've actually got a replay, but unfortunately it's a slightly low angle, and Gordon's head was in the way. Anna Harris, have you worked with Anna?
I have
worked
indeed.
with her. You mean played under her
Played
umpiring,
under her.
or what is the terminology? You've played in a match she's umpired.
Yeah.
It's long-winded, isn't it?
She's fantastic. She's young. She's I believe medical student. I think she is.
Cardiff, I think. Well, she's not. I think she might be studying Cardiff, but she's not Welsh.
Oh, she's fantastic. She's one of those, but she's consistent. You know, she gets very, very few decisions wrong. And she won Umpire of the Year award as well at the PCA Awards this year. She's very, very good, and I think that a lot of young girls should aspire to be umpires as well. I mean, I've kind of fallen really nicely into commentary, and I'm absolutely loving it. I'm loving a completely different element of the game. So still playing, of course, but you know, if and when I do decide to hang up my boots is the term, I think, which I don't want to talk about. It's quite sad.
The one I was expecting. Yes.
It's quite sad.
It's a bit of a downer.
It is, but it's not a downer in terms of I'm absolutely loving what I'm doing now.
Well, enjoy the playing, but yeah, the commentary for me is I always enjoy my commentary. It's just a question of whether the listeners do too. So I think that's surely more important. But going back to Anna Harris. Yes, you use an expression there. As we get another chance in the outfield, and It's, well, not quite an action replay, but it's a very, very similar part of the outfield out there at sort of a, well, not quite deep square leg, sort of, yeah, sort of 15 yards inside the boundary. We've talked about distances from the bat, but maybe they knew something that I didn't, because that's the third or fourth catch that's gone to hand at a similar distance from the bat, and the last two have been comfortably taken as that's just dropped slightly short. It's actually very nicely hit. I actually almost ran into it, so it's slightly unusual. Slightly unusual catching style, and that brings the end of the innings for the captain there. Sorry, correction. Delisha Nana Yakara, who of course has batted since the beginning of the innings, and there's been a mini punch of the air from Thea, because she just spotted the identity of the incoming bat wearing the shirt 01. And why is it that you've particularly enjoyed the advent of this batter?
Because she's come out and she's left-handed.
Okay.
No.
Another left-hander.
Amelia Bartram. There you go. I
Amelia.
feel confident with this one. No, I'm excited actually to see what Amelia can do. Different, left-handed. It's going to throw some difficulties for the captain, I think, here.
But it is also the first time that you've actually, the first and second names of a player have left your mouth to date. So I know that you've seized on the opportunity, and she's actually stroked that away. It was a full toss, but it was very elegantly played in that way that only left-handers can do. Very elegantly played away. Didn't really commit herself front or back foot, but just used her hands to get through the ball. A couple of bounces away to the extra cover boundary. So Amelia Bartram, of course, Amelia is an Italian name. Bartram not so much so. So we will try and find out Amelia's backstory as the tournament progresses.
Definitely.
I'm slipping into North American media expressions now. Backstory. What was it? And well, something similar. And again, that shot, if anything, just as attractive as the first one, but the major difference being no contact on the ball, and I don't think too far from the stumps. So there's the first shot, played away elegantly.
I'm very impressed with Bartram's start here. I love intensity, and she's come out. She's first ball 4, second ball, yeah, play and miss, but the intent's there.
Now I don't want to disparage achievements, but that one's covered and driven away pleasantly for a single. But cover drive 4, cover drive play and miss, cover drive single, all very elegantly played. Well, very reminiscent of my schoolboy hero.
Who was that?
David Gower.
Oh,
Famous.
the Gower.
Famous for the unfurling most elegant cover drives, but then playing a miss and occasionally, I stress very occasionally, given his batting average, occasionally edging to keeper or slips. Actually, he normally got a fair bit of bat on it. Normally went to gully. So yeah, he didn't miss time by much. But yeah, elegant display. Schoolboy heroes, they stay with you forever.
They do. They do.
Who was your schoolboy hero?
Well, my schoolgirl hero was.
I was expecting you to correct me today, but I thought it was going to be on a cricketing term, and I've just actually I've bowled a long hop there, haven't I?
Into it.
I've bowled a long hop.
You walked into it. No ball, free hit, out the park. I got a couple.
Sorry, rewind. Sorry, we're on live, aren't we? Who was your schoolgirl hero?
Oh, such a weird saying. Anyway, I've got a couple actually. Claire Taylor was definitely one of them in terms of batting. Charlotte Edwards, the GOAT, obviously, of all female cricket, just been awarded a ICC Hall of Fame spot, which is incredible. So congratulations to Lottie. She's been.
It was yesterday, wasn't it? That.
Yeah,
Ooh. She's
been an absolute inspiration to me and so many young girls. Like, I'll continue after this
there's another
shot.
chance. Or, well, I don't think that was quite a refusal, but it was promising. There was a bit of running round rather than running in there.
Gloriously struck him.
But
yeah.
I think it would have been. A teeth damager if she'd got to it.
So this is where I'd like to see them just think a little bit more. So we've seen 3 balls from Bartram, all of which, there we go, that's what I wanted to see. Good. So mid-off's just dropped back, only a few, probably 20 yards off the circle.
In between you again, isn't it?
Again, but and I'm back in Norway here because the girls from Italy they're struggling to clear that field.
Oh, we've seen something different. After 3 cover drives, we've a ball which could, my first impressions could easily have been cover driven. It was actually sort of fetched from outside off stump, round for a couple on the sweep.
But that's incredibly impressive. She's noticed that the field has been moved and she's thought, okay, well, where can I put another ball? Say if it's going to be full. Lovely option, sweep the spinner. Done. And that's what she's done successfully. Well done.
Well, that was one shot that David Gower freely admitted not having in the repertoire was a sweep. He wasn't a big sweeper of the ball. I think he only swept if it was outside leg stump. Memory, so I don't remember him ever sweeping from outside the off stump. It wasn't his strength. So you've named 2 heroes there, one of whom I believe has, if maybe not from Berkshire, has Berkshire connections, which is
She does indeed.
Claire Taylor. My old cricket captain often is never shy of mentioning that she poured him a pint at Reading Cricket Club, which coincidentally is always well, there's a chance, difficult one coming over the shoulder. I think it might have ultimately landed in between 2 fielders. Reading, where coincidentally I was where I covered one of the England ODIs.
Oh, wow.
Not full commentary on that one, but it could have been either they or Finch Hampstead. I think was
lovely.
the last games I remember covering women's cricket. Yeah, it's all around your area.
It is. Wormsley as well.
But
Wormsley
Claire Taylor has been known to pour a pint. Isha Guha, apparently. We've got our first bowl of the tournament. Slightly ambitious shot from the Italy captain as she advanced down the pitch. And, well, I'm going to get this right. It's in the category of schoolgirl errors. She potentially yorked herself by coming down the pitch. I don't think I'm ever used the expression schoolgirl error in my life before. So now I've used it twice. So it's a learning experience, not just for the teams out there, but yeah. Again, I'm going to avoid using the equivalent North American expression. We're going to try and keep this European.
Yeah,
So Kamudu Pedrick, brief stay at the crease. She goes for 10. Amelia Bartram, as you're pleased to note, is still out there. And actually, I'm not used to this, people getting to the crease so quickly, because obviously I've been covering the men's tournament. But we've got Methnara Rathayaka out there and has just dotted up on her first ball. Means there are 2 overs to go. 131 for 4 is the Italy score. Well, I think they've made up a bit of time. We've got a couple of minutes left of normal time, and then of course we started 4 minutes late, so they're just outside a chance of finishing within the 85 minutes here, which you don't get to say all that often. 2020 international cricket. We're going to see more now of Amelia Bartram, and I don't think it's ever been quantified what it is about a left-hander that almost automatically, in most cases, looks more elegant.
Every time I've commentated, I've said that you can't beat a left-handed cover drive. I played with 4 players, I think.
I think that was an attempted cover drive, but
Yeah,
completely mistimed. Toe end of the bat.
4 left-handers for Central Sparks, my previous team. So we had Amy Campbell, Eve Jones, Steph Butler and Gwen Davis. So we had 4 left-handers, and someone will shout at me because there'll probably be a 5th that I've forgotten about. But no, definitely 4.
Get your phone off.
Yeah, it's a good run.
Noticed in that last shot, we've got the side-on shot of the deep backward point area. We've got some members of the Isle of Man entourage and squad out there near the flags. Well, Amelia Bartram misses out on a cover drive, picks up the bye.
Even though she's had a few playing misses, she's up the energy, which I love.
And that's forced off the back foot forced on the up. And throw's gone badly wrong. That's one of the soap in the shower moments, isn't it? Where you
Yeah.
well, I don't know why you'd throw a soap in the shower, but so just a bar
I'm
of
not
soap.
going to ask.
Let's go
I'm
with
not
bar.
gonna
Let's go with bar of
ask.
soap. Or do you throw a bar of soap? Because I can't think why you do that. Why anyone would throw a bar of soap
Again.
anyway. But,
Moving on.
yeah, the throw went nowhere, and it gave them the chance for the overthrow, and that's a full leg side full toss. It could have been dealt with better, but wasn't. Meanwhile, 7.5 that they've sort of been at for most innings, they're just looking like Italy are a decent chance of falling short of the 150 here. It's perhaps a slight surprise, given the start that they had, 20 after the first 2 overs, and then that run rate's been about the 7.5 mark. The wide won't help.
My predicted score. So how many balls are left? So we've got 6, 7, 8. 8 balls left. I think just shy. I reckon 148. Just shy.
Fariel's the Sefta. That's a very I like a good precise prediction. As the cover drive is once again unfurled. I think maybe the Norway team are a little bit wise to this cover drive now. They seem to be just trying to creep it under a bat. It's just a possibility there's a hole in Amelia's swing, to use a baseball term. Just seem to be quite consistently getting it underneath the bat of Amelia Bartram. Something a bit different as ball goes leg side from the Norway captain. Signalled wide by Nilkesh Patel. Happily still surviving out there.
I'd love to see Bartram just plant her right leg and swing through the line of the ball.
Well, you got what you wanted. You didn't mention the detail of hitting the ball. She did swing through the line of the ball.
She knows maybe that intense is a little bit too hard. So in terms of swinging the bat, that little bit harder is causing a head position to move slightly.
Yeah. And lift.
And lift.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
as movement,
so
but not just from side to side. There's the chin's going up quite early, and she's not made the most of that over. And the Norway captain gets through her 4 overs at a cost of 20 runs with 1 wicket. So we're into that last over, and well, calls are 148.
I'm still on it.
I like to avoid predictions in cricket because it's
Nah.
like any other sport. I believe it's the most unpredictable of sports, but
I also couldn't
but
agree more.
that's probably because it's my favourite sport and I pay it more attention. Right, so it is last overtime, and well, if there had been the regulation of bringing 1 fielder in, I can tell you they would have definitely have done it. Well, actually, I say definitely. They're spot on the 85 minutes they've been out there right now. So, and yeah, that's disappearing down the leg side. It's one of the few balls that I've actually seen on the monitor live, so I got lucky there. As we are now at well, wide, deep wide. Like, you can't have a wide fine leg. We're deep on the 45 on the leg side for this last over, being bowled from the crocodile glove end. I never knew I had a problem with that word until today. But it's Hina Hussain. Feels, because she's ever in the field, it feels like she's bowled more than 1 over before this, but she hasn't. She has actually. The graphics just clicked over. I had a feeling this was a 3rd over. So she's been quite tidy. She's gone for a runner ball, as well as saving a dozen or so runs in the field, I would estimate.
She's been a key fielder for Norway. Can they push her too? Pressure,
Well,
pressure.
Yeah, and it's old, isn't it? That's one of those classics in the field. If I had a coaching point.
And they've managed to scamper through a 3.
Wow.
Which is even better. They've identified.
Oh no, but they haven't. They have, but they haven't.
Oh
I'm afraid it's,
no!
1 short.
Oh, how disappointing.
Which Neil Kesh, so, well, we all know which batter it was because they ran 3, so they both touched down, or failed to touch down, you could say, at that end.
Closer to my target. It's still on. 148 is still on. 3 to come.
Now, I need...
Come on, Bartrip.
as you can hear on the effects microphone there, but our commentator's table's getting a little bit of a hammering from Thea.
Sorry. I got excited.
Some buy results there. Now, I think we've got a potential shirt issue to sort out in the interval. As I'm fairly sure the fielder who misfielded that hit out to mid-wicket is wearing shirt number 56, and I haven't got one of those on my card, so it's something we may need to sort out. And got one ball left, so well, Thea, who doesn't like it to be known that she's been up since at least 3 o'clock this morning, sleep deprived state, is hoping like mad for 148, and we get a little bit of foot fielding from mystery shirt number 56, and well, I think I would have been pushing for the third there. Off the last ball of the innings.
Always.
There was a decent, better than 50% chance of a third there, I think, so that's the reason to go. And you can see there that Gordon Ashford is just passing on the wisdom of his years to the Norway fielders. Not sure what that's about, but we've got a job to do in the interval here, because we've got to find out who is wearing shirt number 56. We've got 55, which is close. Sarah Ifzal. Sarah Ifzal. Correction. So there's a summary of the Italy team. Standout scorer, well, Delisha Nanayaka batted for the majority innings of 33. Chaturika Maham. It doesn't help when they cut off the surnames on the screen, because we're still practicing these. Chaturika Mahamalage had similar strike rate with her 31 off 32, and Sharon Witanaga at the top. Sharon Witanaga, 26 off 29 balls. So everyone chipping in there. No one with a blistering strike rate. In fact, Mednara Ratanayaka at the end, 11 off 8 balls with the best strike rate of the innings. 146 for 4 off the 20 overs is what Italy have managed to accumulate. I think that's a pretty good score.
Yeah, I think it's going to take some beating, to be honest. I think and they could have been so much more if they'd run a little bit better between the wickets, but it's their first day on this wicket. They've not played on it before, so hopefully they'll take that into the next few games that are coming. But we've got Norway to come out. Depending on obviously how Italy approach this in terms of a fielding unit, like, do they have better fielding plans? Because obviously we saw with Norway, it was just the inexperience coming through, that there was not really a plan really with the fielding, which was a shame. But again, it comes with experience.
Yeah, bowling figures. Well, there's 2 wickets for Pooja Kumari, and she just went for two for 23 off her 4 overs. So no surprise there that she was given her full allocation. Skipper giving herself full allocation as well for 1 for 20, and Ramya Imadi in several spells, a little bit more expensive with 0 for 29. The surprise for me is that only Lopamudra went for over 10 and over, so the damage was kind of shared around between the bowlers. No one really was taken to the cleaners. So it brings us to the interval in this match, the innings break, with Norway needing 147 in the second half. We're going to go out. We're going to sort out the mystery over shirt numbers, and we'll be back with you for the start of the Norway innings. was just lost sound there. The threat of, well, not the threat, the reality that the sun will set officially at 6 o'clock exactly this evening. That's just about an hour and a quarter away. The players will just cut down the interval between innings to get themselves out there to get through this match, hopefully within that hour and a quarter. And Norway are underway. Well, there's an appeal for a run out, and it's actually been given. I just had to say Norway were underway there with a single, but it's funny because the wicketkeeper took the ball and then seemed to stop and seemed to wait and then take the bails off. But the non-striker, well, it's one of those situations in cricket.
We've all been there.
A run out without facing a ball, never nice.
Yeah, it's an interesting one actually. Not too sure.
I think the news gets worse for Norway because I think it's the captain that's been run out. We're going to get a replay here. Nudged behind square, and well, I didn't see the end of that. It seemed to be a long time for Farial to get there, but she didn't.
I think it's been pretty obvious from ball one and just from how the Italians are. There's so much more urgency out in the field. They've got a plan. The field looks right.
So we'll just have another look at this. Yeah. Oh yes, yes. I've got to say, the technique of running there, didn't have the bat extended in front of her. Seemed to just be putting the bat on the ground in a relaxed manner. And when it's your captain, well, you don't want to see that, do you? So Gamuda Pedrick run out without facing a ball, and that is just about the worst start that Norway could have hoped for. Just having problems, got some technical problems stacking up here. We lost microphone there for a while. We struggled to get the replay, and the graphics seem to be also stuck on zero balls in this innings, so we will try and keep track of what's happening the best we can. Assistance of the graphics, and that's a sharp bit of fielding there. So as you say, they come out with some intent here.
Yeah, they mean business, the Italians here, don't they? It's brilliant. Everyone's up and about, they're buzzing, they're ready for it. I'd love to have been in that team talk.
Yeah, and well, we haven't got a favourite player, of course, but Amelia Bartram was in very sharply to field that ball. Chaturika Mahamalege is the player who's bowled the first over, and she also batted at 3, so she's obviously a key player, diminutive all-rounder in this Italy lineup. She's another one, can tell she could be Ahina Hussain. I've got a feeling she's also going to feature in the field. I've got a feeling that she's going to be one of those ever-presents.
Yeah, it's brilliant. They're all ready for this, aren't they? The Italians, they're up, they've got a plan. We have a set field, we've got third and fine. So it'll be interesting to see. I think this is Bartram. Is it Bartram that's coming on to bowl?
Amelia Bartram's going to have a bowl, so she's another one. She's batted 5 from memory. As also so the opening bowlers for Italy, number 3 and 5 bats. So
it's definitely the longest run up of the day so far.
They're a team of Ben Stokeses and Jack Callises, I think, in this team.
That's not a bad combination to have, really, is it?
Mustn't grumble.
Did you happen to watch the semi-final of the World Cup the other day?
Yesterday, yeah.
Yesterday.
I know you've nearly lost tonight, which you haven't, which you don't like talking about. But yeah, I didn't manage to because I was staying in a booking.com, and I tuned in to BBC Sounds. So I listen to Radio 2 quite a lot, being mature as I am, and I was disappointed to find out that even though I listen to Radio 2 regularly out here in Spain, I can't listen to Radio 5 in this region, and the logic I do not get.
Yeah, that's
because I thought the whole idea with radio was to get as many people listening as possible.
Yeah.
But not available in this region. So yeah, not being at home meant that I could only follow it on Crick Info, which is not bad. Sure, previous generations would have been grateful to have something as instant as Crick Info. Can you imagine Ash's tours of the past when you had to wait about 36 hours for a score update? Yeah, but so I managed to follow it, and it was that was a demolition job, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was incredible. So Joss Butler's one of my favourite players.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's.
You and my mum have got something in common then.
He's just sensational. Just great, and he's doing so well in the last two fixtures that they've had.
Here's a challenge for you. If Joss Butler's my mum's second favourite player, who do you think her first favourite player is, or should I just say favourite?
Favourite player.
Yeah.
And Joss Butler's her second favourite player.
Yeah.
Current player.
Yep.
Oh.
Unbelievably.
I reckon it's going to be quite rogue.
She likes a pretty boy.
Chris Wokes, 100%.
Oh no.
Oh. Sam Curran?
No, I think that even Sam Curran's too young for my mum.
Okay, so right.
Yeah.
So it's going down that route. Sorry.
Yes.
No. I'll have a think. I feel. Oh, is that a snick there? No. Oh, who?
Well, you asked if it was a current player, and I said yes, unbelievably.
Unbelievably.
Yeah.
So that's someone that you shouldn't, or that you think shouldn't be in the team.
Absolutely not. No. Not that I don't think it should be in the team. I just think it's amazing that he's still playing.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm thinking of the T20 team, not the T20 team.
No.
Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah.
Well, he was going to be my go-to, and I just went to the World Cup T20.
She likes the pretty boys.
Sorry. Yeah, fair enough.
Right. Back to this match. Norway have not made the best of starts. They're into the third over now. We've just got one on the board. Puja's the one who got that away. Chaturika is yet to concede a run, and they are just struggling. There was, well, the right intent of that shot, definitely.
There was, definitely.
But timing not there.
And a little bit of drift away from the bat, I have you know. Definitely saw that on replay.
Well, that's probably not due because she's bowling straight into the wind, judging by the flags on the opposite side of the ground from us. And interesting, the flags. Probably displaying that although we have 5 cricket nations here, one of them is not a political nation. And perhaps that's represented by size of the flag. Of course, we're yet to see Isle of Man in action. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing the Isle of Man play because we're both from the UK, so they're our UK side. I spent a lot of time in Spain, so looking forward to that as well. But yeah, the Isle of Man should be really interesting. We've read the biographies that they've sent through, and I think you mentioned in a communication a couple of days ago that you already wanted to watch them play just based on their bios. So we had a few interesting things. I don't want to reveal too much because we're hoping to get a couple of them on commentary during the course of the tournament. But there were most interesting thing about you section, and there were a couple of interesting answers.
There were some great answers in there.
So yeah, well, we're going to keep those close to our chest, close to our collective chest, until later when an opportunity arrives to get them on the air. In fact, I was forcing one of them into action today before I realised, and suddenly I heard that you were not far off, and so the commentating schedule was rearranged just for you.
Oh, how lovely!
Probably appropriate time to reintroduce ourselves as we've got into the second innings of the match. So we are bringing you coverage of the, and there's a few words for this, pentagonal And that's another one. There's let me get this one. Quinquilateral
Oh, that's a good word.
T20 Women's T20 International ICC tournament from Desert Springs. That's the ground that you can see on occasional wider shots. You can see the magnificent hills that surround about 3/4 of the sides of this ground. There's can't actually see the cricket. Well, if you were 20 feet tall, I reckon you'd be able to see the sea from this cricket ground. It's as we watch Amelia Bartram come into bowl, it'd be over her left shoulder, so long off. If a ball were to be hit an unfeasibly large distance, just see on the left of your screen there. That's where the sea is over there. So we are in the province of Almeria, in Andalusia in Spain. Andalusia. There's lots of different ways of pronouncing it in English. Only one way of pronouncing it in Spanish. Andalusia. So we're bringing you coverage of this tournament. My name is Andrew Elliott. I'm going to be here throughout the tournament, although there are rumours that I might do one match umpiring on the field, one or two, and I'm here throughout the tournament. And early arrival today is Thea Brooks, former Worcestershire batting all-rounder, now Warwickshire. Well, some say more of a batting specialist these days than you used to be. Some would say. I won't say who. So there you are, Andrew Brooks and Andrew Brooks. That's to change my own name. I'm not even sure what my own name is anymore.
Crikey.
Andrew Elliott and Thea Brooks. I did have a crush on a girl at school who had the surname Brooks.
Ah.
Big crush.
Well, we're quite special.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, in more ways than one.
Amelia Bartram. She is continuing from the Crocodile Club end. Still have to pause before I say that word.
Well, she's yet to go for a run yet, and she's 1.4 balls in. Overs in. Sorry, 1.5 overs in to her spell, and she has yet to go for a run. Which
11
is
balls unanswered, you could say.
Or that. Make it easier for me.
Yeah. We're doing so a few summaries, haven't you, today? Crossing now disregarded. That's one very succinct summary we had earlier today for the new law that came in 1st of October. And Amelia Bartram, she's now 2 overs, 2 maidens. Do not see that often in power plays in 2020 cricket, but we're seeing it here. And we talked about chopping and changing the bowling earlier on in the day, and that was when Norway were in the field. Italy are going the other way here. We're going to be going into the 5th over and still with the openers. So looking potentially to go through the power play with just 2 bowlers here. Yeah, and well, from a coaching point of view, it looks like Aisha's intentions here. She looks like she's trying to play the ball late, but the trouble is there's no pace on the ball. So what she needs to do is she needs to add pace onto the ball.
She's got to do something different. Unfortunately, what's being portrayed at the moment just isn't quite working. Especially if they want to chase down a total of 147. A risk needs to be taken here. You're not going to win a game of cricket 2 for 1 off 4 overs, unfortunately.
Not many games will we won from that position.
Just a little bit more urgency with the bat, a bit more intent. What can she do differently here?
Now, Thea, I know that you threatened me with the water between innings, and I was just wondering how that went.
In terms of getting you a water?
Yeah.
You didn't respond. I've got a second one here you can have. There you go.
Excellent. This is going better and better.
I was too busy trying to find a paracetamol.
I like meeting new people. Especially if they bring me water.
Exactly. But I'm currently running off very minimal nutrition, so I need to keep it up somehow.
So what, were you up early today or something?
I was, yeah. I'm yet to eat some food.
That's not good.
No.
So, I mean, I'm guessing you came Ryanair or something like that.
EasyJet.
EasyJet. Well, we were going to be one of the two, so you didn't fancy their overpriced muck?
No, I didn't.
Sorry,
Didn't fancy Pringles
other airlines
at
are
all.
available. Didn't fancy Pringles for £7? And that'd be, of course, that'd be the short packet, the little stubby one. Now that's understandable. Well, we got to run there, didn't we? So
We did.
that's well, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Well, unfortunately, neither batter have had a exciting start at the moment. Aisha on 0 off 17 balls. That's a lot to chew up, unfortunately. And then Pooja again 2 off 13. There's a lot to do here for the Norwegians.
Have you ever commentated with Charles Dagnall, by any chance? He's from your part of the world, I think.
I haven't commentated with Daggers. No, I've met him and I've seen him. He won't know who I am, but
Oh, I doubt that.
I
I doubt that with your county record.
my last one that I had, my last commentating gig, I walked into the kind of like the green room, the relaxation room. So I walked into there and we had Isha Gua, Phil Tufnell, Ravi Bapar and Daggers walked past me at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Who else did we have? Sakeem Mahmood, he was in there, and Stephen Finn.
Okay.
So I've walked into this room of these absolute superstars, and I just needed to get some water. So I walked in. Mind, I was doing exactly the same job as they were on the day.
Mm-hmm.
Walked in, felt very uncomfortable, filled up my water in silence and walked straight out. I thought, I do not belong in this room.
Oh, well.
I know.
How long ago was this?
This summer. Yeah.
So, you've surprised me because I think you belong in that company.
That's very kind.
So you were doing the same job, but just not necessarily at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. So they would have been on the Sky for that game, I think, and I was with BBC TMS.
Right. So you were covering the same game,
Covering the same game, but
different media.
different media. It's just nerves.
And meanwhile, Amelia Bartram's rather spoilt her figures by conceding 3 runs in wides in this over, and 2 legitimate balls delivered. So she's not going to get that perfect analysis, unfortunately. But what she hasn't conceded yet is a run off the bat. And there have only been 2 of them. And we're into the last over of the power play. And a wicket down. So this is it's not going well for Norway. And it's just about to get worse. Because Pooja has been run out by a distance. We were surprised by the raising of the finger for the first wicket in this innings. And that one, barring an unclean removal of the bails by the keeper, was never in doubt. Pooja was struggling to get to the other end, really from the moment that the ball went cleanly into the hands of the back one-point player, and you can see there, she hasn't even made it into the frame. So, well, maybe that's just part of Aisha still being on 0, just desperate to get rid of that. She's now faced 20 balls, and she's yet to get off the mark. And this is the time as a batter you start thinking about maybe the wrong type of record coming your way.
Yeah, definitely. It's not looking too good for Norway at the moment, being 6 for 1 off 5.2, second run out as well. The Italians just look sharp. Again, just touching on what you've just said about the pickup of that delivery, I think it's fantastically fielded. Moving to a right-hand side, half volley into the hands, clean pickup, and a good throw into the keeper. The Italians look strong in the field at the moment, so I don't think there's been anything put past them actually, or any fumbles or misfields. I think it's been very clinical. I think they should be very proud with what they're portraying at the moment. The Italians doing very, very well.
So into the game for Kumari Pooja, dismissed, run out for 2, and Ramya Imadi is the new bat on strike, and we've seen that shot before in this innings. I'm not sure it's the way to go, but again, a reminder, this is a development tournament, and we've got 2 good Italy bowlers who are going to be taking us through this power play. And yeah, it's been played down the wrong line. The sun's come out. what our earlier talk that we thought we'd seen our last sun of the day. Let me see, it's looking a little bit clear over there, but I still don't think that we're going to get a perfect sunset that is going to let us play much beyond 6 o'clock in this game. But the way Italy are doing, they look an organised outfit. They've got through 6 overs in 20 minutes, so there's still hope that we can get through this entire game.
Yeah, I think we'll be all right. The way the Italians are whizzing through these overs. One thing I've noticed about this ground.
Go on.
I mean, I have no idea what the name of these mountains, hills. What would you call them in the background? But the backdrop is stunning.
Yeah, it is.
You can see on the live stream, it is absolutely glorious. And now that the sun's just shining on the pitch, this is perfect.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
The only thing about the sun coming out is that we can't see our TV screen, our monitor quite so well. But yeah, I mentioned it before, and it's about 3/4 of the way around the ground. Yeah, I mean, do you know what? I spend a lot of time in Spain, and I get a bit blasé about the hills, but you get the right hill with the sun at the right angle at the right time of day, and you just sometimes you drive around a corner, and it's like, this is amazing.
It's actually quite.
And yet I see it every day. So.
Wow,
Yeah.
when I lived in Malvern, it was gorgeous in Worcestershire.
Yeah, Malvern's a lovely part of the world.
It's gorgeous. But now, again, like we say, back in Berkshire, down south.
Royal Berkshire.
Royal Berkshire, sorry.
Yeah.
My new job at Wellington College. They've looked after me, let me off this weekend.
So Wellington College, of course, you mentioned Sam Curran a few minutes ago. He was
Yes.
at
An old Wellingtonian.
an old Wellingtonian, along with Tom and Ben.
Yeah.
The three of them, very lucky. I believe Surrey had a lot to do with that when sadly their father died very suddenly. And Surrey County Cricket Club did a lot to look after all three Curran boys. And Ben's at Northamptonshire now, but I'm sure Surrey will be very happy with their investment.
Oh, 100%.
Sent him to a fine institution.
It's a fantastic place to be.
I've played a bit of cricket. Used to have winter nets at Wellington College, and I've played the occasional game there.
Well, you'd love it now. We've got a new centre, which has got, so it's a tennis, netball and cricket centre. So 4 lanes, artificial flooring. Oh, it's gorgeous. So nice.
I think the last time I was there, I umpired a couple of women's county cricket matches, and I admit that I wasn't sure what to expect for it. I wasn't even sure which counties I was going to be umpiring, so there's preparation for you. And it turned out that I was doing Kent versus Sussex.
Wow, good game.
So I walked out for the toss, still not quite sure what to expect, and a couple of minutes later I was joined in the middle by Sarah Taylor and Charlotte Edwards.
Wow.
So I thought,
Duo.
I know who these two are. And other players who I hadn't seen before who'd gone on played that day. Tammy Beaumont.
Mm-hmm. Lydia Greenway, I imagine, was playing in that.
Lydia Greenway was playing.
Laura Marsh.
Particularly Laura Marsh was playing.
Yeah.
But Lydia Greenway, if I go back to her, she the main reason I remember playing that day is that I managed to I didn't manage to, she managed to run 2 short from my end during the day, and was at the end of the innings came over and apologised to me, which was an unusual reaction. Said that she needed a longer bat. But I have heard in the intervening 10 years or so from other umpires that apparently she did have a reputation for 1 shorts. Tash Farrant was very young when she played that match. She's still very much on the scene.
She is.
Georgia Adams, Georgia Elwes.
Yeah. Danny Wyatt, was she at Sussex then?
She might have been, but I certainly would have remembered her playing in the match because she's one of my dad's favourites.
She's brilliant. I've played with Danny with and against Danny for a long time. It was always here we go.
Well, I assumed that was bowled, but
It was leg stump bowled.
Yeah, leg bail has just been removed. Now this is going to, I wouldn't want to generalise this, but this is something that actually more on the umpiring side, because I've umpired a lot more women's cricket, but it slightly confuses me in women's cricket, because there's a tendency when out to walk straight towards your batting partner. Is this a solidarity thing?
I don't know, actually, now you've said it, I have noticed that in school cricket as well a little bit. I've never done it because I'm so demoralised in myself. I'm just like, oh, just get off the pitch. Yeah, I don't tend to go to my friend and just
well, because the confusion there was that was the last ball of the over, and it looked like the leg back from we're obviously not looking at the monitor. Yeah, my impression was that the striker had been bowled, and then, with it being the end of the over, starts to walk down the pitch towards her partner, and I'm thinking, well, what have I missed here? Well, it didn't just flick the leg bail, did it? I mean, that's given leg stump a good clatter, and then in the back of mind, you see the batter walking towards their partner, and you think, well, they're going to have a chat at the end of the over. So it's not the first time I've been caught out in women's cricket. So is it a solidarity thing, do you think?
I honestly don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Oh, we've got to change a bowler. So Emilia Bartram not going through her full allocation. We've got Sumini coming on to bowl. I say it's Sumini, but that's not the name that we've got. You might have heard some rattling of paper in the background there, because I went through the team sheets, and Sumini is not a name that I remember. But we've got on our sheets Pasindi Kanankege, which I assume is the K on the name I got on screen. So that's another one we've got to query. Except we haven't got an in between innings this time, but yeah, we've got Pasindi Kanankege. So that's why you heard the rattling of paper in the background. It's a little bit of a difference there. So who's taking the minutes for this meeting? Yeah?
I usually do. I'm usually a minute taker.
Okay. Let's
take some notes.
Well, we're definitely going to take a note of this, but it's going to have to wait, because I think I've walked over here without a pen.
Oh, so I didn't bring one over. All my stuff's still in the apartment.
So
I'll be better tomorrow, probably.
So you being modern and techie. So are you able to send a message to yourself?
Oh, I can send an email to myself.
Yeah.
What would you like me to say?
Well, I'd like you to put Pasindi what's that say? Kanuankege, shirt 6 ? Something along those lines, because Sumini is a player that we weren't aware of, and as I mentioned it, I've just noticed on her shirt it says Pasindi. So I think this is something that we might bring up with Audiovisuales Murcia. I don't know how it is that they're fed the team names, but I have just spotted that on her shirt there is Pasindi, so that helps to clear up that mystery. This is part of the ongoing battle to get some player profiles in here from these teams. A lot of them making their 2020 international debuts in this very match. And unfortunately, as you'll be well aware, if you go searching on the internet, there's not quite as much information on women's cricket as there is for men's cricket. Unfortunately, it's something that the balance is being redressed, but we're not quite there yet.
I'm going to throw another question out to you here.
Okay.
Just of the observation. So we've got a number 6 just as a 6 and a 7 as a 7. Why have we got Bartram as 0-1? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, on our sheets, on our team sheets, they are actually 0-6 and 0-7, but their actual shirts are only showing 6 and 7.
But Bartram's got 0-1.
But Bartram is 0-1, so maybe, or maybe it's something you need to ask her later on.
I might.
She might get man of the match. You never know. Player of the match, I should say. So that was a schoolboy error. Player of the match.
MVP.
POTM. POTUS. Oh, that's something different. And Okay, yeah, so, yeah, you're absolutely right. Amelia Bartram has got 0-1, whereas other players have got numbers such as 6 and 7. Very observant.
One good thing about me. Taking my surroundings.
I'm sure there's more than one.
But what I would like to see is some intent from Norway.
Do you know what? I've been trying to steer you away from that subject.
I know,
It's worked for 8.5 overs. I've been keeping you from getting frustrated about the... we're not going to criticise the scoreline, 13 for 3, but you would like to see some more attacking intent. You know, you might as well go down in flames here.
Exactly.
Burn brightly, but not necessarily for very long.
But that's it, and I think they obviously need to change something. And even if it is just the tip and run, just get the scoreboard ticking slightly, and then punish the bad balls, like turn the good balls into singles, and then go from there. But saying that as well, the ball before that one just bowled, she did do that. Yes, there was no intent to run, but even so, Amelia Bartram straight in, running in, picking it up, and there was probably, even if they had ran straight away, they probably would have struggled. So just saying that, I guess, pick your fielders, and they have to do something different here. 3 off 12 from Ramya. She needs to do something different.
Yep, it's a long uphill battle from here to get competitive in this game. As we've got another mix-up, which could have caused a run-out, but it appears that the ball went to the wrong end, in my estimation. And running around the ball, Amelia Bartram, it's difficult to do when you chase the ball, but she could well have benefited from going to the bowler's end on that occasion.
She's quick though, isn't she?
She is quick. She's becoming...
Fired it in.
I bet you can't wait to get the bio for her.
I know, I'm excited.
She's your favourite player in the tournament so far, I reckon. And, with her slightly reminiscent of David Gower cover drives, I must admit that I did enjoy watching her bat, although a bit like David Gower, she did miss a few, did play a miss at a couple.
Beautiful.
So you mentioned Charlotte Edwards and Claire Taylor.
Yes.
Just because I'd recently mentioned Sarah Taylor, just had to stop there. A little bit like I have to do with crocodile these days. Men's player, have you got a hero there? Or favourite?
Well, I've got a couple. So I was always a massive fan of Ian Bell. So
Okay.
going back to your cover drive, just your proper textbook cricket.
Yeah.
Ian Bell, I
Good
absolutely
choice.
loved watching him play. Sachin Tendulkar as well, if I steer clear from England. Sachin Tendulkar was always another one that I just absolutely loved watching. But as a shorter format of the player, shorter format of the game, for myself, Joss Butler, 100% up there. I just think his ability to strike the ball in different areas, like his wrists are incredible.
Yep.
And I just think he's sensational. And any child who's watching the cricket at the moment, I just wish I could hit the ball.
I've seen him hit the balls where I've never seen anyone. You think, how has he got that ball
Exactly.
there? Yeah, and he has got incredible wrists. Again,
Exactly.
suspect he played hockey at Millfield.
I think he did. But I want to look at this.
We got
in the head.
first illegal full toss of this particular innings. There were quite a few in the Italy innings. I've got one player who I feel got the ball with the wrists in different areas, very unusual areas, and that's Owen Morgan. In
Yes,
fact, he had a
definitely.
rather free hit. Well, there's been a drop catch, but of course, as with the previous innings, it wouldn't have counted for anything. But yeah, Owen Morgan, of course, he's still playing. He's retired from international cricket recently. But yeah, he's. I think just trying to remember the name of the sport, the Irish sport that
Hurling.
he played. Yeah, hurling.
So we now use hurling sticks in our training at school. Yeah, so we've got the students using the hurley sticks because they're so light, and then you can just move them in different ways and get the ball anywhere.
Yeah,
Just utilising your wrists.
I think you could see a lot of that in Owen Morgan's play. But then, as far as I know, Joss Butler hasn't got a background in hurling, but he does hit.
We've got.
Sorry, I've just cut off the sound there. He does have that ability. I think the ball you think is going to go through mid-off and it suddenly goes through backward point. Things like that, or the other way around. You think he's going to hit it square and suddenly snaps the wrists on it and they go dead straight. And it's incredible to watch.
Oh, some of the execution of some shots nowadays in the game of cricket, both men and women, are incredible. I think Alice Capsey, a young name in cricket, just got her first professional contract or central contract, with England this time round. So fantastic from her.
Is she sorry?
She's not sorry.
She's not sorry.
From Surrey, yeah.
Oh dear.
I need to apologise.
Oh dear. Coming from Surrey, I've never heard that one before.
Every time we play him, oh sorry. Yes, she is a Surrey girl, and she's brilliant. I've played against Alice only for a couple of years because obviously she's still very young, but she's sensational for her age.
Well, I'd like to know which club she's from. She plays for Surrey, because I spend quite a bit of time on the Surrey circuit myself, being a Surrey boy, although I'm not a Surrey supporter.
Oh, interesting.
I'm not a Surrey supporter. But unfortunately, while I was still establishing a base, nothing to do with the left-hander already mentioned, but Leicestershire was my club.
Leicestershire.
Yeah. I loved everything about it. I loved the kit colour, the name of the ground, like Grace Road. Lovely, great name. Yeah, I was hooked, and you can't really go back on that. But yeah, I do spend a bit of time on the Surrey circuit.
Yeah.
And Alice Capsey, not a player I remember coming across. Now, what have we got here? I believe we might have a little bit. I've got to watch the hand carefully here, because we've got Anne, and I'm going to break off because I haven't actually got time to even attempt her surname. So we're just having a little strange problems with our effects mic here. And Anne Wanakula Suryath. Shall I try that again?
It's a good effort.
Anne Wanakula Suryath. Now, what is Anne bowling?
This isn't her.
This is not her?
No, we might have a mix of numbers here. Potentially.
Okay.
This is
Yeah, we've got
Delacia.
yeah,
with
this
her
is
off-spin.
Delacia. Nana Yakara, who of course batted for a long time in the first innings. I'm just going to break off there. We've got a few sound issues with our microphones, so excuse me if you hear some rattling while I try and sort that out.
Oh, give.
As you'd imagine, live broadcasts, things go wrong technically, and I've managed to completely miss that dismissal. So, Thea, please take me through it.
No problem.
Take us all through it.
So, play and miss. Call up, I think, hit on the back pad, I believe. And yeah, LBW shouts to getting the ball to turn. Actually, Delacia. I quite like that. I mean, it's very grassy wicket, so there's got something to hold on to grip on, which is quite nice, especially with it being a little bit damp as well. But yeah, I do like her action. I said that before she was warming up to bowl, and I said, didn't I, that she gets nice revs on the ball, really nice seam position as an off spinner myself.
Right. Okay. So at least we've managed to confirm it is off spin.
Yes.
So you mentioned that she's turned that.
I didn't see that one in
I was
terms of
gonna
turn.
say,
I
'cause
think that one would have probably gone straight on.
I was thinking turning in that one would probably not be her best friend, would it? With
No,
the
not
way
at
it
all.
struck. I think it might have been front pad actually.
Yeah, looking at that.
Yeah, it's not getting any better for Norway here. Although that's quite a nice little celebration there from Delacia. thought for just a moment we had 2 number 13s on the field, but that was just my eyesight letting me down.
I do love the energy that the Italians are bringing to the game at the moment. It's so easy, especially when you've got a team that are 19 for 4 off 11, that it can go so dead in the field. But their energy's high, they're keeping it going, and it's not over until it's over. And even though in this case we know it is pretty much over, unfortunately for Norway, there's a long way to come back from here.
We're into the last quarter of the game, so I'm just going to express one tiny little regret, and that is we haven't really seen Sonia Tofoletto play a real part in the game. She's currently, I'm just trying to find her in the field. Shirt number 15. So I could now see her running away. She's next to the bowler. She's at mid-off, but she hasn't really featured in this game. Didn't bat, hasn't had a bowl, and has only been noticeable. Well, we're in the action here because this is coming down towards our commentary area. We've got a rare boundary in this innings. It's one of those sort of chasing round the corner sweep shots, played with a diagonal bat.
That's exactly what they're looking for. Just pick the bad ball, head still on position, and pierce the gap beautifully. Let's have some more of them.
On replay, it was a bit more of a sort of a pull shot with a sort of bat sort of lurching towards diagonal. And well, this is the captain bowling.
She's fed up now.
Kutu Pedrick, and well, considering what's happened to the other bowlers inside, she's looking rather expensive. Gone for 5 off 4 balls, and she doesn't look very happy.
I wouldn't be. Just been hit for 4 and then hit pretty firmly down the ground.
This is Hina Hussain, isn't it? We've seen she's a live wire in the field, and she did her bit with the ball as well. And now she's got to come in and, well, salvage. It's that stage where pride is the only thing that can really be salvaged. Can't see Norway getting up to getting competitive in this game.
But you rightfully said, even if you're going to go down trying, and and this is actually what I think these girls have done. I think again, not great in terms of Ramya being 9 off 21, but there will be a point where they think, well, we've got to at least try, and we've seen that in the last few shots. The execution's been very, very good. We want more of that.
We want more of this.
Come on, guys.
And we want more of this over rate as well, because I think the Italians might be getting the whole competition out of jail here with this over rate, because I've noticed in the last couple of minutes a definite reduction in the level of light. We're not quite 5:30 local time. The notional scheduled finish for this match is 6:10. I think we're going to finish well before that, even if Norway bat out their overs, which they could well do, because ironically they might get through their overs by not taking the risks that you want them to take, and I probably want them to take those risks as well.
Definitely. I mean, you've got absolutely nothing to lose at this point in the game. Just enjoy it. Enjoy batting. Enjoy hitting the ball. But again, going back to it, it's all about experience, and it's so great to see these nations out together playing. And I can't wait to see these girls. Like some of these girls, I'm not too sure on ages, of course, but I mean, they might look to potentially, whether it be come to the UK, study over there. There's different options for girls nowadays at the moment, especially with the domestic league being how it is. There's so many opportunities.
Yeah, well, that's one of the reasons you're here, to explain what that entails. Of course, England isn't the be-all and end-all to cricket knowledge. I mean, cricket in Europe is its own separate entity, but you can't deny that there's so much more cricket in the test-playing nations, that there's more of a pyramid, there's more of an opportunity for you to find your exact level where you're going to be competitive. It's not going to be too easy for you, and you're not going to be out of your depth. And that's what cricket offers in a major test-playing nation. And I think we've got a chop on there. Leg bail is on the ground, and if you just look at the two batters here, this is where the confusion comes. A wicket falls, and the first thing they do is walk towards each other. That one's and now they're actually walking off together, which is even more confusing. So yeah, and especially in this fading light, you think you've seen something, you think you've heard the wicket being disturbed, and then you see two batters walking to each other. Yep, pretty much as expected. Chop on, down just briefly into the ground before it made full contact with a leg stump, and that's the end of another innings which hasn't quite had the desired impact on the match. And 28 for 5 is looking a bit of a sorry line now. But then we've got a mystery solved, because let's get our facts right. Shirt number 56 is Misbah Ifzal, who was our mystery fielder in the first half of this match, because she was on the team sheet as shirt number 7. Now this is something, it's very nice to have printed team sheets, but it does indicate that they were prepared somewhat earlier, and I think in this case this was prepared before their flights, and there was a shirt that was misplaced, and instead of playing on the number 7, which is Misbah's preferred number to play under, which is preferred number for a lot of people actually, she's playing under the slightly less noteworthy shirt number 56. So I guess that clears that one up, and that's quite nicely timed actually, with any kind of swing of the bat. Made a good sound off. On a different day that would have beaten the straight mid wicket, but as is in keeping with this innings, it actually means that Misbah Ifzal stays on 0 for now.
Bit of confusion. Sent straight back. Been very clinical here, Italy. Be good to see them in the next couple of days.
I had that down as over. So I think that Misbah's already faced 3 balls in this over, has she not? Since the wicket. So we might have missed a wide, or we might have had a 7 ball.
There was a wide. There was a wide.
There was a wide,
Yeah,
which isn't on the graphic.
No, but there definitely was one down
Okay.
leg side. Yep.
Okay, well that explains that. We did actually have a 7 ball over last weekend, officially.
The umpires can't count to 6 nowadays.
Last weekend all the officials were living in the same lovely house here in La Estrella del Desierto, which is a section of Desert Springs Resort. We haven't talked much about Desert Springs Resort, which we'll move on to, but all the officials were housed in the same house last weekend, so we were sitting around the table in the lounge, and there was been a lot of talk during the day about the 7 ball over, so I said, come on, let's just put this to bed, as Misbah does get off the mark, which yeah, there was a single off the last ball, and so sorry, correction, that's her second run. Got a single off the phantom last ball of the over, which I wasn't expecting. Got a single off that, so it came to a head, and we said, right, let's put this to bed once and for all. And we watched the YouTube coverage, and there were undoubtedly 7 balls in the over.
Oh.
So yeah, so it's not.
Error.
Oh. Well, Hina has gone perhaps to play an extravagant ball. I know you've been looking for more intent, but I don't think that was the right shot to play to that ball. There have been plenty of balls which weren't threatening the stumps, which she could have had a dart at, but that's cricket. Sometimes you're thinking about the previous shot and it clouds your judgment for the next one. But she's played down the wrong line there and is bowled. So 30 for 6 is the Norway score, halfway through the 14th over. And it's at times like this, in your pursuit of 148, you almost think that it would be quite nice to get to 50.
Yeah, it would be. I think, again, it's credit to Italy, to be honest. I think they've been really, I've said it before, really clinical with the way in which they've approached this game. And that 146, I think, was under par for them as well. So, yeah, they've been outstanding with the ball.
Okay. Well, Sagana has come into bat. Sirana Kunaratnam, the reserve keeper, had a bit of a fumble in the field earlier on, didn't bowl, so this is her chance to make a mark. Well, I'm hoping with the scoreline as it is that we're going to get to have a look at Sonia Tofoletto at some stage before this game's over.
When's she due in? Do we know?
Well, she's in the field, so
Oh, sorry.
so I'm hoping she's going to get a bowl.
Went down the wrong way there, sorry.
I think, well, yeah, I mean, I think we discussed off air that it's nice to have a wonderful sounding Italian name within the Italy team.
Yes.
But yeah, it's yeah, I'm sure there are people who've tuned in and who are not aware that you got up early this morning and you've been deprived of both sleep and food today. And hopefully that will be rectified this evening on
Good
both
food
counts.
here?
Good food here.
Oh,
Good food here. So Desert Springs. It is, yeah, as the name suggests, it's in a very dry area, although very close to the sea. It's a very dry area, and this has been developed around about the turn of the century. So it's been around for just over 20 years. They're still being extended in various areas. There's a sort of village resort type feel to it. An 18-hole golf course. And there's the cricket ground that you see before you. That it's rumoured to be owned by Joe Root's father, whose first name just escapes me at the moment. Call him Mr. Root. I think it begins with. I've got a feeling it begins with an M. But I'm not sure how true that is. Perhaps the cricket manager here. We managed to get on camera earlier on today. Peter Scott, he'd probably be the best man to ask.
Matt.
Well, I've got the M right then.
Matt Root.
Matt Root.
Helen is his wife.
Helen is Matt Root's wife or Joe Root's wife?
Matt Root's wife. Joe Root's mother.
And Joe Root's mother. Well, a good
Joe
family
Root's
unit
mother.
there.
There we go.
We love a good nuclear family unit. All other family units are, of course, available. Nothing wrong with them either. Now, so if you're to Google Matt Root Desert Springs, will that give us any clues? But yeah, it's a bit of an oasis. So you can see the ground's lovely and green, despite the very dry summer and autumn that there's been here. Had a nice dousing during the second half of the night. Delisha, and that's a maiden over from Delisha, so she's done some good work today. Not only has she batted for the majority of the Italy innings, she's got through 3 overs, figures of 2 for 6. Delisha Nana Yakara putting forward another claim for player of the match. Not going to make that error again.
I'm not 100% sure who owns the place, but it just says that Matt Root is the founder of the Route 66 Academy.
Mm-hmm. And is that based here specifically?
Yeah, so that's based here.
Okay. Route 66.
Yeah, good academy.
Yeah. It's, I noticed it travels around the world now that shirt numbers are becoming more and more used in cricket. That 66 is unusual. Well, not unusually, because it's almost self-explanatory. But you see the shirt number 66 more around the place than you'd imagine, were it not for the fact that I think the majority of them use it because they're fans of Joe Root, such a prolific player who's, doesn't feel like he's been around that long, but he's closing in on 11,000 test runs, I believe.
Wow.
He's not had it all early in his career. He was dropped during the Ashes trip 2013 to 14, but started out as an opening batsman, of course, in Test cricket.
Of course.
Which seems a long way off now, because you'd imagine that a former opening bat would favour the number 3 position.
Oh yeah.
But in his case, he favours the number 4 position, and with the amount of runs that he churns out, who would argue? Let him bat wherever he wants.
Yeah, you would do, wouldn't you?
No arguments there. So 30 for 6. Well, that's been the score for quite a while now. You'll excuse us, I hope, if we're not taking you through every ball in the field. The action is there for you to see, and well, that's come from the bowler's end, the call of no ball there. Free hit hasn't been signalled.
Oh, it should be signalled.
And perhaps as a result of free hit not being signalled, that was play with a defensive shot, which is rather a shame after the no ball.
This is where players need to be a little bit more switched on and challenge umpires. Say, oh,
in the correct way, of course.
Yeah, I always call my umpires sir.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure what I call them when they're female. To be honest.
Well, madam's the equivalent normally.
Yeah, it is. Ma'am.
Ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah. Not, sadly not going to be used as much around the place. That day is still quite difficult to believe 2 months on, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting. I reckon I'd just go by first name because I know all the female umpires pretty much.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd probably go just by first name.
Yeah, well, that's good. I don't mind people using my first name when I'm umpiring. I find it flattering in a way that they've bothered to remember it.
Oh, definitely. If you didn't have the umpires, you wouldn't be able to play, would you? So,
No.
there you go. Keep us in line.
Deshani is the new bowler.
Well, this is a perfect opportunity now for Italy to give everybody a go, I guess. Especially in, I mean, they've won this game, which is fantastic. But just give people an opportunity to come out in the middle and get some overs under their belt.
Speaking of opportunities, this to give her full news, this is Deshani Samara Wikrama.
You're doing well. I need to back myself more and try.
Okay, and for those of you who are Spanish speakers who are listening to this broadcast, esta boleadora es Deshani Samara Wikrama. It's pronounced exactly the same way, whether you're commentating in English or Spanish. I have been asked to do some commentary in Spanish over this weekend, and that could possibly be dependent on the identity of a couple of guests that we're hoping to line up for you. I don't think it was fair, given your sleep and nourishment deprivation. I don't think it would be fair for me if in this match to commentate in Spanish. I think I've had enough to put up with today, and we're going to get a surprise once again because the sun is coming out just in time. I don't know if we're going to be able to pick this up on one of the roving pictures, but we've got a beautiful sunset behind us in the commentary position, just about to make contact with the mountains. So time in this match is limited, as this one's chipped in the air to short mid-on, and that's the 7th wicket to fall. Well, Elisha's making another bid for the player of the match because she's bowled tidily and she's just taken a nice catch, just running round from a shortish mid-wicket to a shortish mid-on. 7th wicket down with the score on 34.
It's going to be
As
a good
this is low full toss. Again, the intent wasn't there. Intent, you got a low full toss, deal with it.
I know it's not ideal for Norway right now, but I'm looking at this as a positive in terms of they have been out there for 16.4 overs. There are currently now the 9th batter in, so people are getting a chance. They're getting in. They're getting to the wicket. They're having a feel of the understanding of what this wicket is actually doing. Yes, they're not scoring too many runs. However, they're doing well. At least they're getting time out in the middle.
Well, Audio Visualis Murcia still doing a great job. I think missed out a bit on the sunset there. It's still with us.
It's gorgeous.
and we've got 3 overs left of this encounter now, and there are 3 wickets in the hutch for the Norwegian team, and once again there's been just a stepping down of the level of light, and that's going to change as you find in these parts as you get closer to the tropics. Once the sun goes down, things change very quickly, and
it's got a beautiful purple glow though over the ground.
Yep.
I love a sunset. If you heard me commentate with Henry Moran and the game, it was England women against India at Canterbury. If you heard me commentating there, you'd understand why I love a sunset.
Well, I don't think you need to explain why you love a sunset. It's just a great thing as the 8th wicket falls. Eighth wicket falls in this Norway innings. That's the mononymed Lopa Mudra is the latest to go. 1 off 3 balls. So this isn't getting going. This innings, Lopa Mudra just plays again. The latest batter to play down the wrong line. Loses her castle, and we're into the over 36s region for the run rate required now, and having only seen a couple of 4s in this innings.
Seen quite a few coloured gloves today, which I quite like.
Coloured gloves.
Yeah, and I'm gonna
For the batters.
Yeah, for the batters, and these gloves that are out in the middle now, quite like these. I've not seen like a corally orange colour.
There's another run out confusion. This time the ball has gone to the correct end. And what's happened there?
I think she may have given herself concussion.
Okay. Well, there is a bail off. It looked from the distance in the fading light that we got. You've probably got a better idea on your screens. It looked like the bowler was holding the ball near the stumps and giving the batter a chance to get in. But I see a bail's gone off, and on this occasion, the 2 batters are walking in opposite directions, not getting together in the middle.
Yeah, there's no feedback to give there.
No feedback.
Kind of
Short of the
Superman
line.
dived up and down.
So, well, it now looks like it's odds on that this innings won't last the full distance of 20 overs. You never know. And we could be saved the ignominy of going off for bad light, because my prediction is that in 10 minutes' time it's going to be extremely dark. We have now lost the sun behind the hills/mountains. You see in Spanish there's a word for hill and there's a word for mountain, and there's a word between, which is the Sierra, which obviously comes into English as well. So I would classify the hills/mountains around this ground as a Sierra, because they're pretty big for hills, aren't they? And yet you wouldn't necessarily classify them as mountains. So maybe because there are so many of them, Spanish has got more words for them.
I'm excited.
It's a bit like the Inuits have got more words for snow, because they've experienced it so much that,
Cool.
that they need a more expanded vocabulary for snow. So I think it's a bit like that with Spanish. It's a very, very hilly / mountainous country. And that's the end of the match. As well, the intent was correct on that occasion. Went for the drive on the offside and dragged it onto the stumps, and that brings an end to this particular match. The margin of victory, as you can see on your screen, 110 runs, pretty comprehensive. Italy running out winners of this by bowling out Norway for 36. And they set a good marker for this tournament, Italy. They've looked organised, they've looked quite efficient, and well, they will face a sterner opposition, but haven't spotted any obvious weaknesses in their lineup yet.
No, not at all. It's always good to start the tournament with a win under the belt, and actually it is quite difficult when you've got a team that are 36 for so how many did they finish on? 36. So 36 all out. It after 17.4 overs. That takes a lot of energy out of you as well in the field, because you're waiting for something to happen, and when things don't happen, it just gets a little bit lax. So actually, to have that and to win very, very comfortably, over 110 runs in T20 cricket is incredible. So they should be walking off very, very proud of what they've done there.
Yeah, look at the bowling figures. 7 bowlers used, shared around. Most successful in terms of stats was Komudu, the captain. Well, she brought herself onto bowl at the right time, didn't she? Because she's come up with figures of 3 for 8 off her 3 overs and 4 balls. Also, 2 wickets for Delisha, who batted well earlier. So there's a few candidates for player of the match there. And not sure, with this being the first, all the disruption we have of the rain today, I'm not sure what the procedure is, whether indeed we'll have enough light to present a player of the match award. But one thing we can confirm is that Norway have lost this match quite comprehensively, 110 runs. They are going to have some planning, some thinking to do. I'm sure they'll have learned from this game. Italy, of course, are top of the table, as we only fitted this one match in today. But number 30 in the world, I think Sweden, with their 26 ranking, will have been looking on with interest at that match. Here's the summary. Well, we see a couple of names there twice, don't we? We see Delisha and Chaturika both featuring in the batting and the bowling. So maybe with the 3 for 8 there, the extra wicket there, maybe the skipper has just also put her name in the hat for a player of the match award. But the name that we see there twice is, of course, Delisha, and she also took that nice catch at mid-on. Anyway, that one's not our decision. We'll leave that to other people, and we will be back to bring you a summary very shortly.
Delisha here, who's our player of the match today. So Delisha, congratulations for a start. How did you think the game went today?
First, I wasn't finding the contact with the bat and ball, but after a few overs, I was okay. I was able to hit the ball, so I hit I think around 30 runs, so it was quite good.
Yeah, you had a good 31, which obviously was second top scorer, I believe, in the team, which was fantastic. But not only did you excel with the bat, but with the ball as well. So 2 wickets for 6 runs off your 3 overs. That must have felt good for you.
Yeah, the first overs I think I was bowling like here and there, but after I found the line and I was okay. I felt good.
And how did you think that the wicket played today? Because obviously having 2 games rained off this morning, not ideal, but then obviously coming on today and managed to get in a win with posting a really, really good score of 146. That was fantastic. And then obviously bowling your opposition out for 36 was even better. So you must be over the moon with that.
Yeah, we're really happy as a team because we did really good as a team as the first match, because we were a bit unlucky in the morning. We didn't play the match. So I think we did a really good job as a team.
So looking to go into tomorrow's fixture. You got one tomorrow? Who are you playing tomorrow? Sweden. Okay, so going into Sweden. So what are your learnings from today going into tomorrow?
I think for me, I need to bat properly. I need to find the contact first, and then I think we'll do a great job tomorrow as well as a team.
Fantastic. Oh, good. So we've got myself, Thea Brooks, and Andrew Elliott, who have been our commentators today. Congratulations, Delisha, for. Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So yeah, that was comprehensive, wasn't it, from Italy, and tough learning from Norway. What do you reckon? How do you reckon they're going to feel after that?
Yeah, I think they're going to feel a little bit disheartened, I guess. But I think they actually did quite well in the field. I think they kept Italy down to a very good total, respectable total. But you know, I think Italy could have possibly pushed a few more runs. But I think Norway did really well in that aspect. Few too many extras though, so I think going into tomorrow's game, definitely looking to better themselves there.
Well, they're the ones that got to pick themselves up because they're out first again. The quirk of the fixture list that they've played their only match today, and they've got to get out there and they've got to play Isle of Man. Of course, unknown quantity. We haven't seen them because we've only seen 2 teams today. So it's dark already. They're going to be playing pretty much as soon as it gets light. So they've got the dark hours to think about it, have some dinner. What do you think is going to go on behind the scenes to pick themselves up from that?
To be honest, from looking at them from when they did their cool down, everyone seemed to be in relatively high spirits. So I think everyone's had an opportunity to come out into the middle, and a lot of them have had a good bowl as well. So I don't think they're too disheartened in terms of that. I think there's a lot of good to pick out of it, but equally they'll have a lot of learnings from the girls from Italy. I think they did an outstanding performance, so they can reflect on what they've also done and try and just take a few pointers from them.
And it's got chilly, hasn't it?
Very.
It really has. I mean, I've been here a few days, and you got here this afternoon, and the temperature's plummeted. So warm-ups in the morning could be a challenge.
Yeah, it'll be good fun though. No, I think they'll have a good time tomorrow.
Warm-ups will be good fun. You heard it from Thea here first. I think she might be slightly tongue-in-cheek with that one. Okay, so Norway. Just to reiterate, Norway Isle of Man's the first game. So we're going to be back on air just before 8:30 for the toss and bring you any updates. I think we haven't got any more rain forecasts. I think we might be able to get, and I'm taking a risk here, we might be able to get through the rest of the tournament without any more interruptions, so we should be back on track. Of course, we've got the two good banding games which we're going to try and get in at the end of the tournament, so lots more cricket to come. We could have the full 11 matches left I've got 9 matches left in the tournament over the next 3 days, so lots of cricket to come. We're going to sign off now. This is Thea Brooks here, who's come in late in the day to keep me company. So it's been great having you.
Thank you very
great
much.
having you in the team. Looking forward to working with you tomorrow. So
definitely, thank you.
That's Thea Brooks, and this is me, Andrew Elliott, signing off. See you just before 8:30 tomorrow morning.